Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And from the onset, let me say that the EU market is the largest market in the world. And in seconding this motion, members ought to know that initially that this EPA agreement was meant to cover the East African countries. But Kenya is rated higher in terms of the rating internationally, and therefore the other countries drag their feet in accepting to sign the EPA agreement between East Africa and the EU. And Kenya had to devise a mechanism through which it can be able to access this market, noting that the other East African countries have an access to markets in the entire world in all goods except arms. And Kenya found itself in a very tricky situation, and that is why a mechanism had to be devised and was agreeable to the other East African countries, and this route was taken for Kenya to be able to sign and seek ratification of this parliament on this agreement. Mr. Speaker, it is also worth noting that the market that will be opened for Kenya will benefit Kenyans for 25 years before the EU penetrates on the other side, or the reciprocity of the EU benefiting from the Kenyan market. And therefore, this provides a very good opportunity for goods coming from Kenya to be able to attract and also earn Kenya forex that is required, and which will go a long way in also stabilizing the Kenyan shilling. Mr. Speaker, from the submissions that were made, including the Law Society of Kenya, all the participants and all the people that participated during the public participation were in agreement with the Department of Trade under the Ministry, which presented this EPA agreement before the committee. And the mover of the motion has adequately covered all the areas and in brief in respect of this EPA agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge, I join the Vice Chair who has moved the motion in urging the members of this Parliament to agree with the committee in ratification, or in the report of the committee to ratify this agreement so that Kenyans can benefit, so that they are not left behind by the other sister East African countries who have access, unlimited access in all the markets, including Ogolla, except in matters of arms. Mr. Speaker, without belaboring the point, I beg to second. Thank you.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Economic Partnership Agreement between the European Union and the Republic of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd April 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Economic Partnership Agreement between the European Union and the Republic of Kenya. Yes. I can see these names have been here before even this order was called. So I don't know if it's for this order. But the first, I can see Ekomas Mutuse. Then clear yourself from the screen. Gitonga Murugara.
We can have two on that side.
Pardon?
We can have two on that side and
Beatrice Elachi. Not for this. Majority Leader.
and the minority and the
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I can hear the Honorable Pukose attempting to guide you on the leader of majority and the leader of minority representing both sides. And I know
He's a masquerade. Ignore him.
he's eager to do what he is very good at doing. But this motion, Honorable Speaker, is a very important motion. As proposer and seconder have said, it offers the nation of Kenya a very good opportunity to continue accessing the EU market. And you know, Honorable Speaker, since 2014-2016, we have been able to access the EU market on duty and quota-free status, but without the requisite legal statutes that we are now getting with the signing of this EPA agreement between Kenya, the EU, as Kenya being a member of the EAC community. And Honorable Speaker, you remember from 2016, there has been a struggle between us and our partner states in the East African community when we attempted to convince all the EAC countries to sign the EPA agreement as it were in 2016, by October of 2016. And there were reservations by a number of our partner states. And Honorable Speaker, this culminated now into the nation of Kenya going to negotiate as part of the EAC community a separate agreement to sign as part of the broader EAC agreement between EAC partner states and the EU. Honorable Speaker, this agreement was signed last year in December, and Honorable Speaker, its ratification by this House will now offer us a very good opportunity to continue accessing the EU market for most of our imports, or rather exports, Honorable Speaker, not imports. That many of our exports, both manufactured items and non-manufactured items, including some raw materials that we export, like tea and coffee that we export to the EU nations, Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to access those markets. Even for our manufactured products, Honorable Speaker, many products that were not able to access the EU market without paying duty and without having the duty-free access to many European nations will be able to now access our European partner states or our European EU nations that are part of the EU APA agreement, quota-free and duty-free, Honorable Speaker. And this, Honorable Speaker, gives our manufacturing sector a very good footing, Honorable Speaker. Under the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, Honorable Speaker, we did commit to what we call import and export substitution, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we are able first to export as many products as we can out of the country and to be able to substitute by manufacturing locally what we have been exporting from different countries, including the many products that are being imported from China and other countries, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, with this kind of agreement, Honorable Speaker, we shall be able to grow our manufacturing. We are able to export manufactured products into the European economies, Honorable Speaker. And this reinforces what the government has been trying to do, Honorable Speaker, in ensuring that we have larger reserves of our forex reserves, Honorable Speaker. And by exporting more to the EU, we'll be getting more euros, more pounds, and more of foreign exchange, Honorable Speaker, coming into our economy, and therefore further strengthening our shilling. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I have seen many people argue that there are no fundamentals that are supporting the strengthening of the shilling against the dollar. And the fundamentals that people are looking for agreements and ratification of agreements like this that will allow Kenyan manufacturers, Kenyan farmers to access the EU market, bring in more foreign exchange, and therefore further strengthen the Kenyan shilling. Therefore, I want to assure the people of Kenya that now with the ratification of this agreement, Honorable Speaker, our foreign reserves will become stronger, our shilling will continue to appreciate and become strong against the other world hard currencies, Honorable Speaker, and also assure the people of Kenya that they have a market for goods that they produce locally. And that assurance of a market guarantees jobs to Kenyan people, to our Kenyan youth, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when we say that we shall be deliberate in ensuring that we create jobs for people, it is not just in what we are doing here in housing and other infrastructure projects. It is even in the ratification of such agreements that we ensure that our manufacturing sector grows and creates more jobs for our youth. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to support and urge members to support the ratification of this protocol or this EPA agreement. It is a very good opportunity for the people of Kenya, for our traders, for our manufacturers to be able to access the EU partner states markets. And Honorable Speaker, I know there are many, many people who are struggling to get access to markets around the world, but they would not access these markets because of the duties, protective duties that are put by other states on goods coming from other countries. And this quota and duty-free access to the EU market is indeed a great opportunity for our country, and we must take advantage of it. And therefore, I support, Honorable Speaker, as I also take this opportunity to welcome the delegation from the British Army Training Unit and commend them for the good work that they have been doing and the partnership that they have offered the Kenyan military, even in training and collaboration in securing not just this region and our country, but also in the fight against terrorism in the region and the world at large. I welcome this delegation from the British Army and welcome them to the National Assembly. And also take this opportunity as the leader of majority to assure them that we shall continue to partner with the British Army, and we appreciate the support that they have offered also to the people of Laikipia, and encourage them that the training unit should offer more corporate social responsibility projects to the people of Laikipia, where they are training from, as part of the CSR activities in the region. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Minority Leader.
The Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues in supporting this motion and proceed to say that this, in my view, is the way forward. Honorable Speaker, you know, regions the world over are consolidating their markets for competitiveness, and therefore we can no longer just sit back and say that it is enough for us to stay alone and protect our market. This protectionist ideology is no longer useful, Honorable Speaker, if you ask me. And by ratifying this agreement, the economic partnership agreement between the European Union and Kenya, we are positioning Kenya to be able to access a huge market. As you all know, Honorable Speaker, the European Union is a very big market, very big market. And if you ask yourselves how difficult it would have been if you were to negotiate and engage every member state of the European Union, how difficult a task that would be. And therefore, the concept of regions, countries coming together to form blocks and unions is very timely and very important. And this partnership agreement is going to help, if utilized properly, if we take proper advantage of this agreement, it's going to help really to enhance our exports. We still have a lot of areas in this country that are yet to be harnessed especially in the rural areas. Honorable Speaker, you know I come from the fishing community, and our fish resources have not been beneficial to us. They have also not been beneficial to the communities living in the coast region. Entering into this agreement, that is one such way of ensuring that we assure adequate market for not only fish, but many other products, both raw and manufactured. Of course, we insist that we only export materials that we have added value to, for us to reap the maximum benefit. So our manufacturers are likely to benefit immensely. Honorable Speaker, it is not easy. It's not easy to penetrate some of these markets. It's not easy at all. And you've seen how we have struggled as a country since we got our independence, to be able to gain a foothold in the international market for most of our products that we produce in this country. And therefore, this is a move that is worth supporting. But let me also say this. The liturgy we see within the East African community is not doing us good. We need, as the East African community, to be more proactive. And to start understanding that the world is changing very, very fast. I still see a lot of suspicions between or among the member states of the East African community. If we can work towards eradicating these suspicions, maybe in the fullness of time, within our lifetime, we could actually see a political federation emerging within the East African community, and that will actually go a long way in strengthening our bloc as a market. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that what Parliament is being called upon to do is what should actually happen all times. This kind of agreements need to be interrogated in the manner that has been done for this particular one by the relevant committees, so that as we move forward, the Parliament of Kenya, which is the people's representative and the voice of the people, are fully seized of these very, very vital arrangements. With all those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support and also join my colleague, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, in welcoming the Batuk delegation. I know we took some time last year to endorse the agreement, the defense agreement between Kenya and Britain. Yes, I'm hoping that that agreement has been operationalized. I hope so, because there are some issues. I hope we will have dealt with those issues, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Thank you.
Ruku, are you for this?
No. Yes.
I am for this. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. The European Union market is one of the very critical markets, not only in Africa, but also for the world. Germany is the almost second largest economy in the world, and this is an economy which has not been fully exploited by African countries, and Kenya must lead the African continent into exploiting most of the very complex European Union economies, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to have a well-balanced trade in terms of the goods and services which we export in these economies, Mr. Speaker. This report is timely when the government of the Republic of Kenya is trying to create job opportunities, not only for the young people, but also services which can be exported to these European economies, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore very timely for us as a House to support this, so that this we can be able to see moving from the growth of 5.5% GDP growth to 7%, and by the time we are going to the next election, Mr. Speaker, we can be talking of almost a double-digit growth of the economy. This can only be achieved if we have concerted effort to export our, especially the horticultural commodities which this country is producing, and we are enjoying huge amount of rainfall at the moment. And also we have a very robust fertilizer subsidy program, though it has some shaky issues, which this House, I'm sure, is going to sort out. But it is the effort of ensuring that horticultural production is going to increase, and once it increases, we must have a market in place to export our product. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the adoption of this very, very important and timely ratification of agreement between Kenya and European Union, Mr. Speaker. I support and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues in supporting this EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement. Honorable Speaker, the vastness of the European market is one desire that every business person would want to associate with. And accessing European market, Honorable Speaker, is not just an issue of marketing. It's an issue, Honorable Speaker, of adhering to standards. One of the world's best standards that one can ever admire is the European standards. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, not just marketing what you have, but understanding the standards and adhering to the global standards is one idea that, Honorable Speaker, comes with this benefit. Also, Honorable Speaker, what we would want to look at is where is the generation of Kenya today? Today, Honorable Speaker, the generation is mainly the youth. We must endear and admire and support that the youth, Honorable Speaker, are supported in terms of manufacturing. And the moment we get the market, Africa is endowed with raw materials. The only thing we don't have is the technology and the standards which we can abide by. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate most sincerely that this report is good and it will make our country, Honorable Speaker, to align itself with the global market such that what we will produce might not only be for the European market or Africa, but the entire world. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support the report. Thank you.
Yes, Theodore Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Bukose really wants the question to be put.
Yes.
But I think I must contribute to this particular motion. EPAS is important. But as a country, we must ask ourselves the hard questions. Is it going to be bilateral or multilateral trade links? Are we going to trade with 27 countries in one go, or we are going to trade with individual countries? Mr. Speaker, the European Union places very stringent measures and standards in terms of trade. It is good. We must look at what are the standards. Are they going to help us to put those standards in place in terms of developing the infrastructure? The leader of minority comes from a fishing community. At one time, they were not able to access the European market because of those standards that are placed. We look at Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's important that they have signed to it, and other players in the trading market, manufacturers. Are we competitive enough to say that let us trade with European market as a single player? Honorable Speaker, we are within the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States of countries that trade as a bloc, as a community. There's always strength in being in a big group, and that is why the Europeans are 27 countries. Before the exit of the Brits, there were 28. So for that reason, while I support this, the Honorable Chair, I think you must sit with the ministry, individuals who are involved in that. We don't just want trade, we also want movement of labor. If they really want to support that trading links in terms of saying this EPAS is good, it is good to an extent, but we must go the full hog to also get the benefit of it. Let it not be a one-way traffic. Honorable Speaker, let me join the leader of majority and minority to welcome the Batuk team from the British Army. As a graduate of Command Joint Services Staff College in the UK, I think I must say that the historical links between Kenya and British is one of the reasons why we have this August House as a Commonwealth. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mutunga. Yes, Bukose. Order, Mutunga. There's a point of order from Dr. Bukose.
I know, Honorable Speaker, that maybe we might have one or two ones to speak, but all of us are, I think it's generally agreed, everybody standing is supporting this ratification, and it will do us justice if we can ratify this so that we go into the next one, which members can still contribute to. So I would want to request that the mover be called upon to reply.
Since I had already given Mutunga, let him finish, then I'll put the question to the House if the mover can be called to reply.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. Honourable Speaker, I stand to support adoption of the report on ratification of the treaty between the European Union and Kenya. Honourable Speaker, European Union, we're talking about 27 countries with an economy of 16 trillion euro, a very huge economy, which we need as a country right now to grow. Honourable Speaker, I've looked through the report, and some of the issues that we would probably wish to see to have happened before we come for adoption have actually happened. People were called to submit their memoranda, and they did. And I want to single out some of the key beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries to this particular agreement. Honourable Speaker, once this market opens, as it were, Kenya Tea Board of Kenya will be a key beneficiary because we sell a lot of tea out there. We have a strategy to increase the amount of tea we're selling. We have a strategy to increase the amount of coffee we're selling. Honourable Speaker, we lost the coffee quota. We used to sell more than 120,000 metric tons, and now we are selling only around 51,000 metric tons. We have now an opportunity to reach this market better. In some instances, Honourable Speaker, we've been trading with the UK, and in some cases we sell our coffee there and it is reconstituted. This particular agreement brings in the opportunity for us to sell finished products. And therefore, Kenyan products are likely to be landing at the world market as Kenyan products, not to be reconstituted from other countries, which is a greater benefit to this country. Honourable Speaker, the cross-cutting nature of this particular agreement is key, and it's worth noting because it does not talk of selective products. Initially, the market was open for us to sell raw materials and floricultural products or horticultural products. Right now, we have a wide scope of products that we are going to sell. And Honourable Speaker, I would like to point out the fact that we would like to see improvements in certain products. For instance, we'd like to recapture the coffee quota. We'd like to recapture our peregrine quota. We'd like to sell more of our products in those markets. Honourable Speaker, this is one of the most ambitious treaties that has been signed between these countries and developing countries. It is also, Honourable Speaker, compatible to the WTO agreement, which means therefore we are not likely to see minor agreements in disrupting this particular agreement once it is signed. The growth of our economy is key, Kenya targets to grow at 20% by, according to Vision 2030. Right now, we are doing only around 7.4%. Honourable Speaker, this opportunity helps us now to secure resources for growth out of the trading that we are likely to do with the EU. Honourable Speaker, those countries, those 25 years that they have given us are a huge potential for Kenya to grow. We are likely to do a lot better than we have done. And the fact that it has immediate commencement date. The moment this particular treaty is ratified by this House, it will commence immediately. We will not wait for another commencement period. That means we can start trading right away. Honourable Speaker, it is important for us to realize that we have EU as our third major trading partner. And with this particular kind of opening of their bonds, opening for our products, we are likely to have it as the first trading partner, because we'll be dealing with 27 different countries in one. Honourable Speaker, this particular treaty could never have come at a better time, and it is in my submission that it is going to help us, our shilling, to grow stronger, because one of the ways of getting foreign currency is foreign trade, and we are going to open up for more foreign trade. It is indeed going to help us to improve on our economy in terms of the foreign exchange and in terms of strengthening the shilling. We are also going to have the opportunity to buy more from them and to improve on the quality of the products that we have in this country. Honourable Speaker, I support the adoption. Thank you very much.
I can now put the question. Honourable members, I now put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. With those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Kaitani? Mover, give her the mic.
Intervention.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to reply. This ratification, this EPA agreement, I can see has gained a lot of support from across both sides of the House. And some of the benefits that have been mentioned by everyone is actually the access of this market to at least 27 countries, which is about 16 trillion euro economy that Kenya is going to benefit from. You will notice, Honourable Speaker, that our partner states within the EAC, their current economies are considered poor economies, and therefore currently they have favourable trading terms with the EU as opposed to Kenya, which is considered a strong economy. With the signing and with the ratification of this EPA agreement, then Kenya will also benefit from some of the agreement. Kenya will also benefit from this agreement and have market access to their goods and services that currently they have been selling at a very high rate. We will consider that before the signing of this EPA agreement, the only goods allowed into the EU market on favorable terms is raw materials and mainly on cut flowers. But with this signing of this agreement, which upon ratification will come into effect immediately, we will find that even the manufactured goods and services will gain market. An example right now, Honourable Speaker, is our tea, which is currently traded with the UK, UK being our third largest market. When the tea is bought by the UK, the tea is value added in the UK and resold to these European Union markets, and therefore the benefits in terms of value addition goes to UK as opposed to the originating country, which is Kenya. With the signing of the EU, with the signing of the EPA agreement between Kenya on one part and the European Union on the other side, which has the 27 countries, there will be instant open market access for Kenyan tea, which currently we trade at about $23 billion annually, and that we expect to triple because now we have close to 27 countries that will trade. And furthermore, we are now going to be allowed to trade on finished manufactured products and value-added products. And we are not only looking at things like tea, we're looking at things like coffee, milk, and also products like leather and many other products that currently those products go to the European Union from the Kenyan market, but through other markets, and therefore those other markets like the UK have access to. With that, I beg to reply. Thank you.
All the honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Order. David Speaker, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Economic Partnership Agreement between the European Union and the Republic of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd April 2024, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Economic Partnership Agreement between the European Union and the Republic of Kenya. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, the Niamey Convention, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th March 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, Niamey Convention. Honorable Speaker, the committee report before the House details the committee's consideration of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, that is the Niamey Convention. Honorable Speaker, the African Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, the Niamey Convention, is a regional agreement aimed at promoting cooperation and integration among African countries. The convention was adopted by the 23rd Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly of Heads of States and Government on 27 June 2014 to gear African states to cooperate towards the full realization of the benefits accruable through cross-border cooperation. The convention focuses on enhancing collaboration in various policy areas related to cross-border issues. It defines cross-border cooperation as any act or policy aimed at promoting and strengthening good neighborly relations between border populations, territorial communities, and administrations or other stakeholders within the jurisdiction of two or more states, including the conclusion of agreements and arrangements useful for this purpose. The convention encourages member states to develop mechanisms for promoting trade, investment, and economic cooperation across borders. This includes facilitating the movement of goods, services, and capital, as well as harmonizing trade policies and regulations. Honorable Speaker, the convention was adopted by the 23rd Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government on 27 June 2014 to steer African states to cooperate towards the full realization of benefits accruable through cross-border cooperation. Honorable Speaker, the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, that is the Niamey Convention, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs were laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 18th April 2023, and subsequently committed to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Pursuant to Article 118, Subarticle 1B of the Constitution on the Public Participation and Section 8(3) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, the committee placed advertisements in two local dailies on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, calling for submissions of memoranda on subject matter. However, by the close of deadline, the committee had not received any memorandum for or against the ratification of the convention. Mr. Speaker, in considering the convention, the committee held a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to apprise members on justification for the proposed ratification of the convention. Further, the committee engaged the Attorney General, the Kenya Law Office Commission, the Kenya Law Reform Commission, the State Department for East African Community, and the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, who made submissions on the convention. Honorable Speaker, having considered the convention and analyzed the submissions made, the committee observed that the convention promotes constitutional values and objectives and does not in any way allude to an amendment of the Constitution. The convention does not necessitate changes to Kenya's domestic laws. However, because the convention requires state parties to collaborate in institutional growth, this may necessitate policy considerations on review of the current legislative framework. The convention imposes a number of obligations on Kenya, including the requirements to, number one, to commit cross-border cooperation in the surveying of boundaries, socio-economic development of border lands, promotion of culture and sports across borders, and combating cross-border crime, that is border security. Then number two, encourage, promote, and facilitate information and intelligence sharing, communicate with the institution in charge of border matters. Number three, harmonize its domestic law with the convention. And number four, submit a report on the measures taken for the implementation of the convention every 2 years. The convention imposes obligation to member states through their various regional economic communities to effectively coordinate with the African Union on the implementation of cross-border activities within their regions to further the principles of subsidiarity and complementarity within the continent. Mr. Honorable Speaker, at the time of consideration of the convention for ratification, it had been signed by 19 out of the 55 African countries. Equally, only 8 countries had ratified the convention, yet 15 countries were required to ratify it to enter into force. Further, Kenya ratification of the convention is likely to influence subsequent ratification by the East African countries. Kenya is joining the convention as a contributing member state. Thus, its ratification has no financial implications. Further, Kenya has in place various policy, legislative, and institutional frameworks for cross-border cooperation, including the security laws, that is Amendment Act of 2014, that established the Border Control and Operations Coordination Committee, BCOCC, and Joint Border Commissioners Administrative Committee with all the neighboring countries which meet regularly to discuss cross-border matters, including animal health, security issues, and maintenance of boundary infrastructure, among others. The East African Protocol on Peace and Security encourages member states to implement African Union conventions and other international instruments that promote peace and security. In that regard, Kenya has negotiated and signed a memorandum of understanding on the demarcation and reaffirmation of the boundary with Uganda, Tanzania, and South Sudan. The reaffirmation and demarcation of the Kenya-Tanzania border is ongoing. This around 238 kilometers of the 760-kilometer well on its way to completion. Mr. Speaker, having reviewed the convention and considered the submissions made and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, the committee recommends the House approves the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, that is the Niamey Convention. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. And now I want to take this opportunity to request the Honorable Member for Mandera East, Mandera East is to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is that Bashir?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to second the motion that this House approves the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, hereby known as the Niamey Convention. Honorable Speaker, cross-border cooperation stands as a cornerstone for nurturing peace, stability, and sustainable development within our borders. Through fostering collaboration among its neighboring nations, cross-border cooperation addresses shared challenges spanning security threats, economic disparities, and environmental considerations transcending national boundaries. This collaborative approach not only enhances border management and security, but also engenders opportunities for socio-economic advancement, trade facilitation, cultural exchange, and mutual understanding among border communities. Moreover, cross-border cooperation promotes the efficient utilization of resources, dissemination of best practices, and resolution of conflicts through dialogue and consensus building. Honorable Speaker, the Niamey Convention aligns with Kenya's constitutional provisions and legal frameworks as provided in Article 2.5 and Article 2.6 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the Treaty Making and Ratification Act number 45 of 2012. Thus, ratifying this convention does not necessitate changes to Kenya's domestic laws and ensures consistency and adherence to legal obligations. Honorable Speaker, ratifying the Niamey Convention presents numerous benefits for Kenya, including enhanced peace, security, and stability along its borders. It seeks to foster socio-economic development in border regions, promotes cultural exchange, and combats cross-border crime. Moreover, it will encourage information and intelligence sharing essential for border security and regional stability. The Convention provides a framework for effective border management and resolution of cross-border disputes. As such, the Convention will eminently strengthen Kenya's institutional capacity and mechanism for addressing border-related issues, ensuring stability and security along its borders. Further, ratification of the Convention is a reaffirmation of Kenya's commitment to international cooperation and diplomacy. By joining other countries, Kenya demonstrates its willingness to collaborate with other African nations to address common challenges and achieve shared goals, particularly in promoting peace, security, and sustainable development. Honorable Speaker, membership in the Niamey Convention provides Kenya with opportunities to assess technical and financial assistance from the African Union and other development partners. This support will facilitate the implementation of cross-border cooperation initiatives and enhance Kenya's capacity to address border-related challenges effectively. As a committee, having reviewed the agreement and considered the submissions made, I have no doubt that the agreement will foster Kenya's national interest, and the House ought to expeditiously approve the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, famously known as the Niamey Convention. Honorable Speaker, I second the motion and urge the House to adopt this report. I thank you.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Karemba, take your seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th March 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, the Niamey Convention. Do I put the question? The question is now put, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, order, on its consideration of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th March 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, the Niamey Convention. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? Tom Kajwang was on the floor. It doesn't seem to be here. Opportunity forfeited. Mishimbogo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kuunga mkono mswada huu wa mambo ya tume ya uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu umezungumzia ya kwamba kutakuwa na upanuzi wa jopo la uteuzi wa tume, na hii itaweza kuleta watu zaidi ambao wana taaluma mbalimbali kuweza kushirikiana katika mambo ya uchaguzi katika taifa letu la Kenya. Pia itawezesha kutoa zile tofauti ambazo zimekuwa hapo mbele ama yale malalamiko ambayo yamekuwa, haswa tukiangalia lile jopo vile lilivyokuwa limeundwa. Kwa hivyo baada ya kuwa watu walishikana pamoja na kuzungumza ili kupata uwiano, ni vyema tuwe na hao watu 9 katika jopo ili tuweze kupata taaluma tofauti tofauti na tuweze kuwa na uwazi zaidi. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia imezungumzia mchakato wa mapito ya mipaka ya uchaguzi. Kwa sababu tunajua kila baada ya muda fulani lazima kuwe na michakato ya mapito ya uchaguzi ili tuweze kuangalia kupitia upya mipaka ya uchaguzi ili kuhakikisha usawa na kuzuia udanganyifu. Vile vile tunapofanya swala kama hilo, tutaweza pia kuwezesha ya kwamba ile mipaka vile itakavyokuwa imeamuliwa ndio mipaka ambayo itaweza kuwekwa rasmi na ijulikane kuwa ni mipaka rasmi ya mambo ya uchaguzi, ndiposa pia tuzuie mambo ya udanganyifu. Tunajua ya kwamba ibara 89 imezungumzia, NADCO imezungumzia kufanya marekebisho ili kuhakikisha bunge kuongeza muda ili bunge lipate nafasi mwafaka wa kuweza kufanya mambo haya ya mipaka ya uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile pia mswada huu umezungumzia michakato ya kufanya maamuzi, kwa sababu kulikuwa na tetesi nyingi sana haswa katika uchaguzi uliopita, na watu kuweza kusema je, maamuzi yatafanywa na wachache, yatafanywa na wengi ama yatafanywa kwa kauli moja. Hivyo basi maamuzi sasa itakuwa ni kauli moja. Wakati watu wanataka kufanya maamuzi katika mambo hayo ya uchaguzi katika jopo la tume ya uchaguzi, lazima iwe ni kwa kauli moja, ile Kiingereza tunasema unanimously, ama iwe by majority kwa wale ambao watakuwa wengi, kwa sababu Waswahili anakuambia wengi wape. Kwa hivyo wale ambao watakuwa ni wengi katika mambo ya maamuzi, basi wataweza kufanya maamuzi katika tume hii ya uchaguzi. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, katika mswada huu imezungumzia mageuzi ya uchaguzi, ambapo imezungumzia ya kwamba kutakuwa na ukaguzi wa ile register ya wapiga kura, na kuzuia wafanyikazi wa tume ya uchaguzi kufanya uchaguzi katika vituo ambavyo havijaekwa kirasmi ama kwa Kiingereza havijakuwa gazetted, kwa sababu hapo nyuma kumekuwa na utesi mwingi sana, hata kuleta michafuko, kuleta sitofahamu ya kwamba pengine kuna sehemu ambazo zilikuwa hazijaekwa rasmi, watu wameweza kupiga kura pale na hesabu zimeweza kujumlishwa na ile ilikuwa ni kinyume kwa sheria ilivyosema. Kwa hivyo jambo kama hili na mswada kama huu umezungumzia zile taratibu ambazo zitafuatwa kuangalia rejista ya wapiga kura kinagaubaga, na pia kuhakikisha vile vituo vitakavyopigiwa kura na vitakavyoleta hesabu vitakuwa ni vile ambavyo vimewekwa kirasmi kupitia sheria na vinatambulika na wapiga kura na wale pia wanaopigiwa kura. Na vile vile pia itakuwa inaeleta hatua ya uwajibikaji. Mswada wa makosa ya uchaguzi ama marekebisho yale ambayo tumezungumzia mwaka 2023 ya kwamba wafanyikazi wa tume kuna wakati mwingine walikuwa wanakawia kutoa maamuzi ya wale washindi, ama kunakuwa na sitofahamu wakati maamuzi ya washindi ama zile alama walizopata ama idadi waliopata, na mswada huu umezungumzia zile taratibu vile zitakavyofuatiliwa na kwa wakati gani uamuzi lazima ufanywe, ama ile tunaita declaration of the winners kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Speaker, saa nyingine nafafanua kwa lugha ya Kiingereza kidogo ili wenzangu waweze kuelewa vizuri. Na nazungumzia hili kwa sababu tumekuwa na utetesi, tumekuwa na malalamiko, watu wengine wamekwenda makotini, wamepeleka wale ambao wamepigiwa kura kotini na kulalamika ya kwamba jambo kama hili alikufanyika kwa taratibu ambazo zinatakikana, na imefikia pia watu kupigana katika vituo, aswa zile sehemu za kufanya maamuzi yale ya mwisho ya wale ambao wameshinda ama kusema pia wamepata idadi ngapi ya wapiga kura. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niseme katika njia ya kuleta mawiano katika taifa letu la Kenya baada ya uchaguzi na baada ya kuwa na michafuko mingi sana, majina ya watu mengi yameharibika. Kama Chebukati watu wamemlaumu kwa mambo mengi, mengine ni ya kweli, mengine labda ni ya kuongezwa, lakini ilimradi kulikuwa na sitofahamu kubwa sana mpaka kuletea mambo ya maandamano na kuletea mambo mengi sana katika taifa letu la Kenya. Hivyo basi ni wakati mwafaka tuweze kupiga msasa kupitia mswada huu tulivyoletewa, ili tuone ya kwamba jopo hili la tume ya uchaguzi litaweza kutengezwa kwa njia ya uwiano, njia ambayo wale ambao wanasimamia vyama vya kisiasa na wale pia ambao watasimama kwa wao wenyewe binafsi bila kusimama kwa chama chochote cha kisiasa wataweza kupata usawa na wataweza kupata afueni katika mambo ya uchaguzi. Haswa tukizingatia mambo ya uchaguzi ni jambo ambalo linaweza kutuweka sawa na amani katika taifa letu la Kenya, na pia linaweza kutugawanya kwa misingi ya kisiasa, misingi ya vyama vya kisiasa, misingi ya kijamii, na kuleta athari kubwa ya mambo ya amani katika taifa letu la Kenya. Nataka niwapongeze wale wote waliochaguliwa katika ino kamati ya NADCO ambao wameshirikiana sana na kuzungumzia kinagaubwaga swala hili la mambo ya tume ya uchaguzi, ili tuone ya kwamba kila kinachofanywa sasa tukifanya uchaguzi mwaka 2027 hata zile changamoto tulizozipata zitakuwa ni hafifu, na pia mtu mwenyewe atakuwa anajua kweli taratibu zimefuatwa kwa njia ya usawa, kwa sababu wakati ule tulikuwa na shaka ikiwa makamishna watatu wanasema nyimbo hii ama maamuzi haya, makamishna wanne wanasema maamuzi ni haya. Sasa je, tutafuata maamuzi ya watatu, tutafuata maamuzi ya wanne, ama tutafuata njia gani? Lakini mswada umesema hakika kabisa maamuzi yatakuwa kauli moja ya wote kama makamishna wa tume ya uchaguzi, ama itakuwa ni kauli ya wale walio wengi ambao watakuwa wamesema maamuzi ni haya, basi sisi wa Kenya tutaweza kufuata uamuzi kama huo. na vile vile pia katika ile kuongeza watu 9, kwa sababu pengine watu 7 tutapata taaluma kidogo, hatutapata taaluma nyingi, kwa sababu uchaguzi si ati tu pengine mtu ambaye ana experience katika mambo ya uchaguzi peke yake. Kuna mambo mengi sana, lazima tuwe na watu ambao wana tajriba nyingine ya kuweza kuongoza ile tume, kwa sababu tume ya uchaguzi ina changamoto nyingi sana. Lazima tujue wale ambao pia wana tajriba ya hali ya juu ya uongozi, wana tajriba ya kwamba wakati kuna shida wanaweza kuleta amani ndani ya ile jopo ama ile tume ya uchaguzi iweze kuangaliwa. Kwa hivyo, Madam Speaker, mimi nataka niunge mkono na niwashukuru sana wanakamati wa NADCO na sisi kama wabunge. Jambo hili najua tulilipanga sisi wenyewe na tukakubaliana ya kwamba tuwe na njia hii, lakini hivi sasa utaona pia kuna sitofahamu, wengine wasema hivi, wengine wasema hivi. Kama taifa la Kenya tunataka tusonge mbele, na kama tumesema marekebisho ni haya, taratibu ni hizi, sote kwa kauli mbiu moja tuweze kushirikiana, tuone ya kwamba wakati tunafanya uchaguzi na mtu amechaguliwa kama mshindi na wale ambao pia wameshindwa, tupeane mikono kwa amani na tukubaliane na tuongoze taifa letu pasi na kuwa na misukosuko, sintofahamu, kuwa na vita, mauaji na kupoteza vijana. Wakati huu tulipoteza Wakenya wengi sana, haswa vijana ambao tunawatarajia katika maisha ya sasa na baadaye. Hatutataka kurudi tena kule tulikokuwa. Kwa hivyo jopo hili lazima tufuate taratibu ambazo zimewekwa na NADCO na sisi wenyewe tumepitisha. Asante sana Bi Speaker, naunga mkono mswada huu.
The Honorable Member for Wajir East, Honorable Adan. The Honorable Member for Kandui, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute on this very, very critical piece of legislation that seeks to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this particular legislation, this particular amendment, Madam Speaker, is to bring into effect the recommendations that were made by the public in the National Dialogue Committee, which was held at Bomas of Kenya. Madam Speaker, you remember what happened in this particular country before that particular committee was formed. We had a lot of disturbances. And Madam Speaker, this particular bill seeks to bring into effect some of the recommendations that were made in the NADCO report. Madam Speaker, as we sit in this particular house, I am always reminded of the constitutional edict and our constitution specifically, Madam Speaker, that says the people, we the people of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, Article 1 grants the sovereignty of the people of Kenya and delegates delegated authority to several institutions such as this particular parliament. And Madam Speaker, I'm always reminded as I sit in this house what is emblazoned at the entrance of this house, that we sit here for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. Madam Speaker, elections are a very emotive process. Article 89(2) of our Constitution clearly states that we needed to have a delimitation of boundaries within a period of 8 years and 12 years. Madam Speaker, as we sit, we are staring at a serious constitutional crisis because the time for undertaking a boundaries review has lapsed. Some of us who represent very large constituencies, we are at crossroads as to what, and our constituents are asking, what is going to happen to the Independent Boundaries Review Commission, which is supposed to do a boundary limitation. Madam Speaker, this particular bill seeks to entrench and amend the provisions of the 5th schedule of the IEBC Act.
and specifically Section 36 of the IEBC Act. Section 36 of the IEBC Act is situated in the transitional provision and the saving provisions. That section only applied to the first elections under the first review in the pursuant to the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. Madam Speaker, this section presents the procedure for review of boundaries and what needs to be taken into consideration. Madam Speaker, the bill introduces one particular element, and I think, Madam Speaker, when you get to the committee of the whole House, we will need to relook at it. The committee, the bill as drafted, introduces at Section 3, with respect to reference materials, it indicates that the Commission shall use as primary evidence material D, the reports of the county boundary review panels, Madam Speaker, this entity, its composition, its creation, its lifeline, its timeline is not described in this particular bill. Madam Speaker, we will be seeking at the appropriate time to be able to move amendments in the committee of the whole House so that we can be able to provide what is this county boundary review panels and how are they going to be created. Madam Speaker, this bill also seeks to align this particular act with what the courts have said. Madam Speaker, I am always reminded that as we exercise authority on behalf of the people, we must always be alive to the fact that we are also subjected to checks and balances by other institutions, and specifically the judiciary. Madam Speaker, the judiciary in two leading decisions of the court in Katiba Institute and the Isaiah Kibiwot case declared various provisions of the IEBC Act to be unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, as we exercise our powers under Article 94 and 95, because we have the powers to make laws, but I am also reminded, Madam Speaker, that as we make these laws, we must also be able to know that we are also subjected to checks and balances. And the courts have said that some of the provisions which are existing in the Act, and specifically with regard to the provisions of the chairperson, were actually unconstitutional. So, Madam Speaker, this particular bill seeks to align the provisions in the Act with the provisions that, with what the courts have said, because both the courts and ourselves are agents exercising delegated authority on behalf of the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court, in the presidential petition, clearly indicated that the IEBC has serious institutional and dysfunctional problems. Madam Speaker, we will need to wholesomely look at the entire laws governing our elections so that we look at all these things so that we can have a seamless election, so that at the end of each and every election, we don't have the people of Kenya fighting or drawn up in groups because of the verdict of the elections. There are several provisions in this particular act, Madam Speaker, which I think were obsolete. And the Act clearly declares some of the provisions that were in the Act obsolete, which were making reference to the first review in the first elections. So, Madam Speaker, the Act is well-intentioned. The amendment is well-intentioned. Of critical importance, Madam Speaker, is the amendment that seeks to tie the term of the CEO of the Commission, who is the Secretary of the Commission, to a period of 3 years. Madam Speaker, when we sat in the committee, and we got representations from the public, specifically the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, the IEBC itself clearly indicated that a period of 3 years for the CEO would be a short period for him or her to be able to actually actualize what he's supposed to do in that particular office. So the committee, when we sat, Madam Speaker, and we'll be moving amendments in the committee of the whole, that we extend the period of the CEO of the Commission to a period of 6 years, non-renewable. Why were we thinking like this, Madam Speaker? Because if we have the CEO serving for a period of 3 years, we might end up having a CEO who does not conduct any election at all, because we know elections come after a 5-year cycle. So, Madam Speaker, we'll be proposing in the committee of the whole that we tie the period and the tenure of the CEO to the tenure of the commissioners, a period of 6 years, as recommended in our report. Madam Speaker, also, after each and every election, the IEBC is supposed to present a report. And this report is supposed to guide this particular House as to what went right, what went wrong, and what needed to be improved on in the conduct of the previous election. In the amendment, it is proposed that the IEBC does a report within a period of 18 months. We are totally in agreement with that particular recommendation, because 18 months we will have dealt up with all the disputes that are arising after the election. And then Parliament can be able to consider what pieces of legislation it needs to make in respect of the electoral process. Madam Speaker, this bill is co-sponsored. We urge members on both sides of the aisle, whether on government side or on the minority side, to support this particular bill, because it seeks to entrench consensus in matters that are very divisive, such as elections. This bill is a product of the NADCO report and the views that were received from the public. Madam Speaker, we will be seeking that both members on both sides of the aisle do support this particular report, so that we can be able to move with speed to constitute the selection panel, so that we can have the IEBC in place. Because as we speak, Madam Speaker, the residents and the constituents of Banisa have no representative in this House. They have been disenfranchised. We have, I think, another 11 wards in this particular country that have not been able to conduct elections, by-elections, because of the absence of the IEBC. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to start the process to have the IEBC constituted, so that the people of Kenya in those particular places can be able to be represented and be able to air out their views. Madam Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kibwezi West, Honourable Mutuse.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the amendments contained in the Independent Electoral Boundaries Amendment Bill of 2024. Madam Speaker, as the House may be aware, this is one of the bills that emanated from the national dialogue process. Some of the bills have been committed to this House and the rest have been committed to the Senate. And as a way of background, Madam Speaker, it would be recalled that the national dialogue process was in the wisdom of the apex leadership of the party in government and the party in the opposition, constituted so as to manage the disputes that had arisen out of the outcome of the last elections and other related issues. Needless to say as well, it was also the predecessor of the bipartisan process where yours truly and other members of this House also served. And while the NADCO report, within the NADCO process, there was some political consensus that whatever is the final product emanating from the NADCO process should be carried by the Houses of Parliament as is. It would be also remembered that under the Constitution, Parliament is a supreme law-making organ, and therefore nothing precludes Parliament from discussing and improving what emanated from the NADCO process. And therefore, pursuant to that, in the wisdom of this House, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Amendment Bill was committed to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, where we have carried out public participation as required under Article 118, and will be commenting about the report that we have tabled before this House. Madam Speaker, as has been ably articulated, the bill primarily seeks to increase the membership of the selection panel. The selection panel created so as to advertise for the positions of the commissioners, because as it is today, we do not have a competently constituted Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, because we do not have a chair, neither do we have commissioners of the IBC. And the process in law is that there needs to be a selection panel to advertise for those positions, so that suitably qualified and experienced Kenyans can apply, get shortlisted, interviewed, so that the successful candidates can come before Parliament, vetted, and therefore appointed by the President. And one of the contestations was that the law as is today, in terms of the constitution of the selection panel, was inadequate. The law provides for 7 members of the selection panel, and it was felt that political players who are majorly political parties and other societal interest groups, including religious sector, did not have adequate representation in the selection panel. And therefore, it is a recommendation of the NADICO, it is the recommendations contained in this amendment bill, and it is a recommendation that has been carried by the committee of JLAC, which I am the vice chair, that it is worth increasing the number of the members of the selection panel from the current 7 to 9, so that political parties under the political parties liaison committee can have extra membership, so that the religious council can also have extra membership, so that during that process, every other Kenyan can feel that the product that emanates from that particular process is a product that is worth carrying out the elections. Madam Speaker, it would be remembered that part of the reason why we have been having post-election problems, post-election chaos, post-election violence, part of the reason why some Kenyans have not been having faith in the outcomes of the IEBC has been out of the perception that certain players may have an upper hand in who becomes commissioners in IEBC. And therefore, in order to take care of that perception, it is important that the selection panel is seen to be fair, and to be fair indeed. Madam Speaker, under Article 89 of the Constitution, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is required by law, by the Constitution indeed, to carry out delimitation of boundaries of electoral units, wards, and constituencies every 8 to 12 years after the last review. The last review was carried out, if my memory serves me right, in 2012. And therefore, 2024, the year we are, is the upper ceiling under the Constitution of the period under which the Constitution requires us to carry out boundaries review. It is therefore urgent that we put in place an Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, so that we do not precipitate a constitutional crisis by skipping a constitutional requirement for boundary review. But even as we do that, members of this House must remember that the Constitution under Article 89 also provides for a maximum of 290 constituencies, and we have already reached the ceiling. And therefore, those who dream of extra constituencies must also bear the reality that to get extra constituencies, you may have to amend the Constitution to increase those constituencies, because we have already reached the upper ceiling. Madam Speaker, it has also been said, in terms of the urgency of passing this law, that there is a constituency called Banisa in Wajir. Madam Speaker, you may be aware that the people of Banisa went to court. They sued the existing selection panel, wanting the selection panel to complete its duty so that they can rightfully elect their next member of parliament. Because as it is under Article 94 and 95 of the Constitution, the people, this is the house that represents the interests of the people. And if the constituents of Banisa does not have a representative sitting in this house, when we are doing budgeting, when we are doing oversight, when we are making laws, the people of Banisa are not getting their fair share. And in the wisdom of the High Court, very reasoned decision, it was required that the selection panel existing currently be directed, and was actually directed to finish the process so that there can be an Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to cause elections in Banisa. But that process was stayed by the political consensus that was there under NADCO. And therefore, in order for us to obey court orders, in order for us to live within the rule of law, it is urgent upon Parliament to pass these amendments so that a new IEBC can be constituted, and the people of Banisa and the electoral wards in the country that do not have representation in their respective county assemblies can get their rightful, can have their elections and get their representatives. And therefore, that is to say, this is extremely urgent on the two accounts of delimitation of boundaries, and also for the constituencies that do not have representatives. Madam Speaker, it would also be remembered that while Article 89 provides for delimitation of boundaries between every 8 to 12 years, the procedure for that delimitation has never been legislated upon. And therefore, it has been left on the IEBC and Kenyans to wander in darkness and imagination, to imagine how that process should actually be carried out. And this is the first time in the history of our electoral reforms that we are now putting a procedure that will be followed in terms of how the process of delimitation of boundaries is going to be carried out. And I want to urge members of parliament to look carefully at the procedure that is being proposed so that when we get to the committee of the whole house, those who may have improvements can be able to make those improvements. Another important, Madam Speaker, because we said our governance system, be it the presidency, be it senators, be it governors, be it the 290 members of parliament who are elected from single member constituencies, be it those who are nominated to represent particular interests, the county assemblies, everything that we do is a product of the electoral reforms that are announced by the IBC. And therefore it is important so that all of us have faith in that organization. One of the most important things that the committee is recommending to this House is that in the history of this country, most election panels, be it the selection panel for the DPP or other offices, are domiciled in the office of the president. And we want, in order for us to be seen to be carrying out a fair job, we are recommending that the selection panels, their budgets and administration be domiciled in Parliament, because Parliament has a bipartisan nature. Parliament has the majority, has the minority sides. Because if they are domiciled in the presidency, there is likelihood that there will be a perception that the people in the presidency will have an upper hand in terms of the selection, in terms of the budgets. And for that, Madam Speaker, we urge this House to adopt the reforms contained in this amendment and to support the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee so that we may have an IBC as soon as possible. I beg to support.
The Honourable Member for Suba North, Honourable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs for bringing this bill, and also for the members who are involved in the NADCO report and that has made certain recommendations. Madam Speaker, I support, but even as I support, I want to indicate that sometimes there's an advantage and disadvantage of serving in the House for a long time. Madam Speaker, every electoral cycle we come back with amendments to the Elections Act. And Madam Speaker, the reason we do that is because we never get it right. Every election cycle there's a problem. And I think we need to interrogate the deeper issues that bedevil our election process. Madam Speaker, I said it yesterday and repeat that I've written a book called Rig or Be Rigged. And in the book, as the title suggests, is that in the Kenyan elections, you either rig or you are rigged. We don't give any other option. And because we have that sort of mentality, we must always come back to try and get a fair system. And I think unless we get a third option, which is elections that are done fairly, above board, that I don't have to be chasing your bag the way I was doing in Bomas to see whether you have hidden things in the bag, whether you are stealing our elections. It is actually very backward that we don't have that much faith. And because the system is structured in a way that we should not have faith. And one of the things I say in my book is that our system of elections is nascent, and many people do that very deliberately, both at the party level and at the national level, because we don't want fair elections. We just want to ensure that the smartest, the person who is the most crooked, the person who is the most moneyed wins the elections. And therefore, the people who may be able to win the elections fairly have to go 1,000 extra miles to get that. And Madam Speaker, I therefore want to say that even though I support all these amendments that have been brought up, unless we change the reasons that we are having this situation, which is actually our software, as individuals in this country, then every election cycle, there will always be an amendment to the Constitution, to the Election Act. Right now, we are including expanding the panel, which is a good thing. One, to be more inclusive, and two, to also have the voice of the political players, which is a good thing. But that is not enough, Madam Speaker. I will go back again to the issue that we need to change our own mindset as individuals and think about the legacy we want to leave in this country for our children. Do we want our children, every election cycle, either pre-election, to be fighting and be displaced depending on the alignments that are in this country, so that if the alignment doesn't work ethnically, then there will be ethnic cleansing and killing and displacement, or post-election, that you see the number of people who are killed and shot by the police due to protest. Is that what we want as a country? We may be able to go through that process, but I don't think that is something we want to bequeath to our children and our grandchildren. So, Madam Speaker, yes, as again I've said, I do support, but we really need to do a rethinking as a country. Secondly, I would want to also speak on the issue of the delimitation of the boundaries and the reason why we must have a commission in place. It's because, I notice you've changed, I do acknowledge, so you are no longer Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that because there are constituencies with that are very fast growing in terms of population, and therefore, of course, registered voters, like my constituency. And I'd want to therefore urge that because of that, we need a delimitation. My constituency probably is ripe for another constituency. And because the last time our numbers didn't constitute enough numbers for another constituency, but perhaps now we may probably have the sufficient numbers. So we need to look at that. And even if you are not looking at that, there are also other factors that are also considered, including, other community of interest and all that. And those are issues that apply especially for minority communities like the Subas. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say, though, that I am very saddened that even for the speakers who are speaking here, we don't prime the issue of the 2/3 gender rule. And even in the NARCO report, we have not primed it. We are actually an embarrassment in the region, that even countries that are still struggling have better gender representation in their parliaments. And I don't know what happened to us as Kenyans. People usually challenge us that in Kenya we are very intelligent women, very strong women, but when it comes to representation, other countries are doing way much better than us. Let's just give an example of here, our neighbor Tanzania. Their president is a woman, the Speaker of Parliament is a woman, majority leader is a woman, the numbers in Parliament is more than 1/3 for the women representation. But in Kenya, all we can pride ourselves is speaking better English, like English is a measure of intelligence. Let us learn Kiswahili, let us learn English, but our greatest we know that women is a very great part of this country. That is when we should be priding ourselves as a country that we have made progress. We cannot be making progress in speaking a lot of English. But Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I think is of a lot of concern that I've not seen us address here is we were very excited when we were saying we are now bringing technology even into our electoral process. But is Kenya really ready for a technological process in election? Is Africa ready for a technological process in election? I have been privileged to go to some countries as an election observer. I will not mention those countries now. But Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the countries in Africa that we sit and go through the electoral process. There is no violence. People vote nicely. And at the end, the results are announced after 5-6 days. And then the observers using the old technologies or the old system will come and declare the process was very free and fair, there was no violence. What violence do you expect in a computer system? I don't know what the computer terminology, but I wish I knew. I don't know what would be fighting with the other inside a computer for us to know is it a virus? Yeah, maybe there is a virus fighting another virus for us to know that the process was not free and fair. So one of the things that I wish, I don't want to delve in because we are progressing as a country. I don't want to take us back. So I don't want to go deep into that issue. But I'd want us as a country, if we really and truly want to forge ahead, is to look at whether we truly are ready for technology. I'd want to say one of the countries that I went to, Mr. Speaker, that had excellent elections, and one of the countries that has been touted as one of the best countries in Africa. And when I went to that country, the electoral process was open. People vote in the open, outside classrooms in Ghana, and the results are counted in the open. There is no technology. But the moment you bring in technology, it's just that we have provided an nonviolent system of rigging, which is okay because now not too many people are killed, but it's still rigging. But it is basically meaning that we are losing on our democracy. I want to support and once again thank the committee for taking the step to move us just a little bit forward. But we still have very serious issues in our electoral process that we need to deal with. I support.
Where is the Honorable Mogaka? He is not there. The Honorable Duku Kwenya. Where is Duku Kwenya?
I'm here.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this bill. And from the onset, I want to take this opportunity first to congratulate Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. And this, because this is the birthing of NADICO report and happens to be the first bill of the 9 that were proposed, I wish also in a very special way to thank the members who sat in that committee who are magnanimous enough to propose some changes in law so that then maybe in future we do not experience the skirmishes, the struggles and the pain that we go through after every election. I benefit to have participated in 3 actively, 2 where I have ran and won. And unfortunately, after every win, we are faced with a crisis that culminates to bloodshed, loss of property, and destruction of manpower and man hours that will be productive for this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill, where it was being moved yesterday by the leader of majority, I took time and listened to the members who spoke to it, and especially the leader of minority when he was moving and said that we should be careful not to amend even a comma. And I'm happy that the chairman of JLAC was magnanimous enough to stand his ground and say it is not cast on stone. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with the chairman of the JLAC committee that this bill is not cast on stone, it can be changed, and that's the mandate that we have been given by the Constitution as members of Parliament to introduce, amend, and pass laws that are suitable for this country. Mr. Speaker, I have read through the bill and the proposals therein. We have had chairmen of commissions that have been there in the past, because after every election cycle, we are forced to get a new electoral commission because of the disputes that arise. And all the chairmen have been lawyers, but not in a single situation whereby I have seen them defending the commission in court. They have a battery of lawyers. You know, if there are any disputes where the lawyers represent the commission in court, or in terms of advisory, they have a battery of lawyers who accord commission the requisite legal advice. And therefore, I'm opposed, Chair, Mr. Speaker, in a very special way, to the thinking and the proposal that the chairman of the commission should be should have a status of the Supreme Court judge. I believe any Kenyan of good standing can be the chairperson of IEBC, because what we are looking for is an an election manager, a person who is going to manage election process. And therefore, we do not need a lawyer whatsoever. We only need someone with basic understanding of the law. A good person who served as a member of parliament for a long time is good enough to be a chair of an electoral body like IEBC. And therefore, I think that is one area that I'll be proposing an amendment, so that then we open up and stop giving preference to a certain professional group. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very observant, and I've looked into the proposal that is in section 6, that the commission shall, after every general election, review its operations and make the necessary changes required to make its operations more efficient, effective, transparent, and accountable. And which I agree, because every organization should be in a position to review itself after a task. This is very much in order. But of course, we know the contentions that have been there in the past. Today, we are faced with an election that happened in 2022. We have one of the antagonists, or one of the disgruntled groups, saying that we need to audit 2022 elections. And in fact, NADCO report suggested that. And there is a committee that has been formed to interrogate and as far as what happened during 2022 elections. And they want the servers opened, they want audit done, so that then we can see what transpired. But that committee is not anchored in any legal framework. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, because we would want to do audits after every election, so that then those who desire that the servers be opened, then they are opened, and there's an audit team that is tasked to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I will be proposing that we anchor that audit committee in law, so that then they can execute their mandate based and from the strength of law. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even as much as we be allowing IEBC to review itself, I will be proposing a committee that is going to be appointed the same way IEBC commissioners are appointed through the selection panel that is going to be appointed by the president in accordance to the law that is going to prescribe. Mr. Speaker, that will bring to rest some of the cares and the worries that every participant in an election goes through. We would want to know that it was clean, it was clear, and therefore, instead of going to demonstrations, we'll be waiting for this committee to do post-election audit. And I think that is going to really cure some of the problems that we've been facing after every electoral cycle. Mr. Speaker, that specially elected committee, or selected committee, so to say, with the backing of law, and I'm insisting, will cure some of the issues that we've been going through. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the chairman, Jailak, proposed an amendment. I have heard that he's going to propose amendment. I'm doing the same just in case he flips through his fingers, that the secretary of the commission, term or their term should be not less than 6 years, so that then, if in the event we're going to appoint one today, this secretary will be in a position to run an election, because they'll have a term that exceeds one electoral cycle, as opposed to whereby the proposal is for 3 years, a term that is renewable. Mr. Speaker, I want to get into the issue of boundary review. This is a very, very immediate matter that we need to address, because as you realize, you're almost out of time. The Constitution stipulates well that there shall be boundary review that shall be done not less than 8 years after one has been done, and not more than 12 years. But now we are almost past the 12-year mark. And I think it's about time, Mr. Speaker, that we thought about this matter and passed. But even as we pass, Mr. Speaker, we must go beyond these amendments that have been proposed here. And I think NADCO has given us a constitutional moment where we need to revisit our constitution so that then we can bring the requisite amendments. By the time our constitution was birthed in 2010, we didn't have the population that we have today. As at then, we were at around about 30 million Kenyans or thereabout. We are now hitting 55 million mark. And Mr. Speaker, our constituencies are the same, and we are locked by the constitution because the constitution says that there shall be 290 constituencies. It cannot be that we are under lock and key, and we are not about, as members of parliament and legislators in this house, to unlock ourselves so that then we give Kenyans fair representation in this house, Mr. Speaker. You see, on the issues of ward, the commission, IBC, has a free hand to increase the number of wards at any given time. But as far as constituencies are concerned, we are bowed. And therefore, I think it's a matter, it's about time that we revisited Article 89 so that then we open up, make an amendment and increase the number of constituencies that we're going to have in this country. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, but I have my reservations. I'm going to bring amendments on the floor so that then we align and make sure that this bill or this act serves the people of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Gladys Boscholei, followed by the Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very, very important bill. When I stand here, I speak as someone who was part of the initial team when we changed our electoral management system, the first interim independent electoral commission. I also stand here as someone who's an expert in election operations. Looking at this particular bill, I know that many of my colleagues have said that there is a problem with amending the electoral law after every election. There is nothing wrong with doing that at all. Actually, international practice is that after every election, the electoral management body is supposed to undertake a review, relook at its operations, look at what the challenges that were raised in various election petitions, look at what the courts pronounced itself on that, and based on that, they then relook at the law and make sure that it's in alignment with those challenges. It also looks at some of the laws that didn't make sense and caused challenges during the election management process, and then make changes. So in fact, it's a positive thing. In fact, if you look at the history of election management in Kenya, when we made the turnaround after the 2007 post-election violence, which followed the elections, then what happened is that our election system had certain challenges. It caused violence after that. During that time, Kenya had what we call the Kriegler Commission, which went around the country, interviewed people, reviewed the entire register. Sorry. I haven't even finished my time. I think it was just a fault.
Madam, should I continue? Proceed.
Okay.
You have not exhausted
We then
your time.
had the Kriegler Commission, which is probably the most in-depth review of our elections, both our election operations, our voter registration, our voter management registration system, and our register. And based on that, the new format of election management in Kenya was born. So it was not by default. It was based on the Kriegler Commission. I was privileged and honored to be part of the team that initially came and implemented the Kriegler Commission report. And we did implement it. That's where the whole issue of having biometric registration began. Reason being, the Kriegler Commission found that our register used to have dead voters. But there's nothing wrong with having dead voters on the register. The problem that in Kenya, was that the dead voters would in fact vote. So the biometric process of registration and identification of voters was intended to ensure that only those who walk physically to the polling station would vote. So it is not by mistake that we review our election management system. Then, going forward in the year 2010, during the first management of the elections during the referendum, it was realized that the electronic vote transmission system got overloaded. It is after that that we reviewed the problem and ensured that at the next time we had a better system. So the system has to keep improving. That's why we have the original Mercedes-Benz and we have the current latest Mercedes-Benz. Systems must continue to be evaluated. So let us disabuse ourselves of this notion that there is something wrong with us because we review our election management, our election laws. In 2013, the courts pronounced itself about where is the final announcement of the result. It was then that was said the final result is that as announced at the polling station. It was because of experience, and that's why we changed our laws to say the polling station is the final result. Also, if you look at other systems that we later introduced, like saying that a polling station can only have 700, maximum of 700 voters. Reason being, sometimes a way of corrupting the election system used to be that you put 10,000 people in a polling station. Of course, they won't all vote, which means you actually disenfranchise people. Because of that, again, I was part of the team that learned that lesson and then determined that the number of people who can vote in a polling station is a maximum of 700. And it's actually a science. It takes 5 minutes for each person to vote. And so, therefore, in a day, you have 720 minutes. Therefore, you can only have 144 people voting in between 6 o'clock and 5 o'clock. But if you put 6 polling booths, 6 clerks, and 6 processing clerks, then what happens is you have 6 people voting at the same time, and therefore you come to the figure of 700. So it is a science. We only learnt that and improved our law from experience. And therefore, I encourage that we constantly keep looking at our laws. I will now just look at 3 other items, now that I've said the historical background and of this. I would only look at 3 aspects. One, I do not agree with the proposal that a CEO will serve for a term of 3 years. It is too short. One only becomes an election expert by the number of times they conduct elections. It's like telling me that somebody becomes an expert surgeon by operating only for 3 years. So if we want to build a cadre of electoral experts, they have to serve longer. Yes, I agree that the commission must have a limited time, but for the technical staff, at least for a CEO, they should serve 3 election cycles to make sense. In fact, I belong to the electoral network. It's called Bridge, where you constantly go and observe elections, you go for trainings, you exchange notes, people teach others what happened in their own countries and so on. So if you have a CEO for 3 years, my God, I don't know how he's going to run the elections. So this is a very, very bad amendment. And because the danger is more in the commissioners staying long, but the CEOs are technical staff. Today, if you go to the Electoral Commission, the constituency elections coordinators have probably done 3 election cycles, because the first group was hired when I was there in 2010. So you find that they get better with time. All we do is just keep changing them so they're not serving in the same station. If you look at the directors that are there, they have become better and better and with time. And so even now, you must ask yourself, if we hire commissioners today, those commissioners will not be expert enough to run the elections in 2027. The people who actually manage the elections are the technical staff. They are the ones who understand voter education, voter registration, management of the register, the IT systems. So you can't have a turnover over CEO. Secondly, I think I welcome the change that has been made now, the amendment to define who the chairperson is. This is in tandem with Article 250, and it also aligns with the Katiba Institute case, which clearly said no other person can be chairperson. And one more minute, and I think on the issue of enlargement of the panel, it makes sense, and I support that particular amendment. And lastly, it's welcome that delimitation of boundaries has clearly now been removed from a schedule to the substantive act, because it did not make sense to have it as a schedule. And most importantly, the census follows the delimitation of boundaries, because there is no other basis for delimitation of boundaries except via census. And on that, except for where I've pointed out on the term of the CEO, I agree with the rest of the amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to make my comments on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024. One, let me thank the Jailer Committee for a good job to bring this particular bill on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, this bill has been awaited for by many Kenyans, and more so those who are in the political circles and those constituencies that lost their members of parliament or any other electoral positions, and who have not been given a chance to have elections held in those areas, because to date we don't have the commissioners who can actually carry out these elections. I want to again give confidence to this parliament, just like the most immediate previous speaker after me, that it's very important that we continue reviewing our electoral laws and processes every after election. And the growth of any democracy and democratic space in the world has been through amendment of the laws of elections. In America, which is one of considered as one of the most democratic places, we had growth of these electoral laws beginning with the founder fathers of that democracy policy in America, Thomas Jefferson together with George Washington Madison. And now the electoral process in America is completely changed from what it was. It went through all those processes, including the great debates of Lincoln versus Douglas, one-on-one debates that have grown up to date to be what we use as the presidential debates that we have today, borrowed long time from the Douglas-Lincoln debates in America. And therefore, these are processes that grow. And therefore, each time we are having a chance to amend the laws on election, we should count ourselves as being privileged and do the very best to make sure that the next election is better than the previous one. And we are able to stamp out any gaps that were experienced in the previous one. Many examples were given by the Deputy Speaker who spoke after me, but I would only pick one in the Kenyan situation. When we had the challenge of elections during the Moi process in 1992 thereabout, we had to bring in the IPPG, which was a change in election law so that inclusivity and ownership of the process could be undertaken by all those who were participating in that particular election. And that in itself was growth. But I don't know if this House remembers about the Mlolongo elections which were carried out in 1988. And how it was flawed and how the queues were made and how after one having a very long queue would not end up being announced to be the winner of the election because of what was going on. And therefore, continuous change of these laws is paramount and must continuously take place so that we get a better election process. Honorable Speaker, let me now speak on only 3 of the issues in this bill, beginning with the fact that this bill brings to bear the recommendations by the NADCO report. NADCO report and NADCO itself as a process, Honorable Speaker, where I personally appeared to represent the Kwanzaa coalition, was a very important process because it's the one that brought calmness in this country. And everybody believed that with the NADCO process, then all players are on table and they have agreed, and that's why we have calmness in the country. And we must remember vividly as a parliament that then the mandamanos that were going on came to a cease. So therefore, the views that were given by the public and other stakeholders during the NADCO report cannot be left out of this process. And the best thing to do is to assemble them in form of a bill so that they are accommodated in the laws of this country. And therefore, as we do these changes, I want to hail the bill for accommodating the NADCO report and the proposals by the people, because we are representatives of the people, and therefore everything we do, it is born out of the supremacy of the people in Article 1 of the Constitution, because they are the ones who hail the power. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, is to hail this bill for bringing to bear a process that will put in place the IBC commissioners fast enough. But away from that, it's also to hail it for making sure that the crisis we were almost facing, which is that we are going to have a constitutional crisis whereby we are supposed to delimit boundaries within a period of 8 to 12 years, and now we cannot do that because we don't have the commissioners, is going to be solved. And this will be a reprieve to many people in Kenya, and more so those constituencies that are suffering under the fear that they were possibly protected and therefore they are likely to lose out their place if this process is not undertaken. And that is why I support this bill, and this is a very good process which will then deal with this matter of delimitation of boundaries and constituencies. Honorable Speaker, there's the issue of the chair of the commission. And on the issue of the chair of the commission, this bill has been very particular, and I want to support the committee and the bill in totality, because the drama we saw during the last election is not good drama to ever be repeated in this country. And indeed, it's adopting the High Court ruling in the case of Katiba Institute and 3 others versus the Attorney General and 2 of 2018, etc., etc. That drama we saw where there was a law which was describing the chairman of IBC to include the vice chairman and include any other commissioner who may appear in the event that the chair is not there was a very dangerous law for any election process. It exposed this country and exposed the election process to a situation whereby we can even hijack the chair and bring the immediate person who can then announce elections and will announce what he wants as being the results of that election. And furthermore, it also showed that even we could remove the vice chair and any other commission could then appear and announce the results. This bill has hailed that ruling and therefore has defined properly the chair as being the chair and not any other person, including the vice chair, can take the place of the chair, nor a commissioner purporting that he can also be a chair, because there must have been a reason why Kenyans chose that one person as the chair of the commission. The trust, the rigorous interviews and aspects of training that were required of this person are not the same as the vice or the assistant, and this will bring to drama what we saw in this country in the last elections as the Cherera and so on and so forth. This is very, very, very good, and that's why I keep on saying that election process must continuously be changed and reviewed so that it is better, with the hope of getting to the infinity of perfection. Honorable Speaker, There's also the issue of additional members of the Electoral Commission. So this bill proposes additional members to the commission by adding 2 more, so that now they are from 7 to 9. In my opinion, this is also very good because it increases the space and leverage of operation of the commission. Also brings to bear more mind and technical people who can assist. It has gone ahead, Honorable Speaker, to indicate even the specific areas that require thorough need, and these have been the areas of ICT and the very areas of accounting, because how often do we hear that electoral materials have not been obtained or procured because of one reason or another. And we saw the gaps that we had in ICT section, which remains one of the most disturbing issues in the election processes. Honorable Speaker, as conclude, I want to thank you for giving this space and support the bill, given that my time is done. Thank you.
The other side a bit, Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I seem to have a problem with my card. I was, I think, among the first to step in, and unfortunately, it was not indicating on the dashboard. But thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by saying I've looked at this draft amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act, and I'm a little underwhelmed. I think there are some serious issues, even though it is an ADCO product.
The honorable members, Honorable Owen Bayer, Honorable... Okay, the lady, my old friend, has already... Please, let's have a bit of a...
Yeah, I think...
Consult in very low tones.
Yeah, I think we should have the spirit that amendments need to be introduced to this particular draft bill. Honorable Speaker, India, which is the largest democracy in the world, is conducting elections at this particular time. 960 million people will vote in India. The Electoral Commission of India was formed in 1950. It has only 3 commissioners. For 39 years, it had 1 commissioner. It was not until 1989 that they added 2 commissioners. Those 3 commissioners are actually appointed by the President of India, but on the recommendation of a selection panel of 3 people. One is a Prime Minister, the other is the Leader of Opposition, and then there's a neutral representative of Parliament. If you look at what we are trying to create here, we are actually compounding our problems. I think after the last election and the problems that we have experienced, there are 4 things that this amendment should have addressed. One is that there should have been timely review and delimitation of new electoral boundaries. It is a shame that we cannot keep constitutional timelines, and we have not had the first major review of and delimitation of electoral boundaries under the 2010 Constitution. I mean, that is such a national shame. Secondly, there should have been timely by-elections. Banisa constituency has not had a member of parliament for now close to a year. It is a national shame. And when you read this particular draft bill, it is not providing solutions to ensuring that we have timely by-elections. Thirdly, we should have had timely reconstitution of the Electoral Commission when members retire. Again, that is not being addressed in this particular bill. And finally, we should have timely selection or constitution of the selection panel. We are not even debating the question whether the selection panel should be a standing committee or an ad hoc committee as is currently proposed, the merits and demerits. So all those serious issues are not properly addressed here. But most fundamentally, this particular draft, even though it's an ADCO product, it is even creating more problems. If you look at the selection panel suggested, it is of 12 members. How 12 members will make a decision by voting or by whatever process is unknown to me. Normally, decision-making is reserved to an even number of members of an organ. So we should have 5, 7, 9, 11. But here we have 12. And if you look at those 12 members of the selection panel being proposed, 8 are from political parties. How is that inclusive? How is that representative? Only 4 are non-political. Yeah? If you read them, you have 2 persons, yeah, appointed by Parliamentary Service Commission, a political organ. 3 persons nominated by political parties liaison, a political organ. 1 person by political party other than a parliamentary party, another political organ. 1 person from parliamentary party or coalition forming the national government, another political organ. And 1 person not forming a national, from a political party or a coalition not forming a national government. Again, politics. There's no room for competence, there's no room for independent people, experienced people to oversee the process. That said, there are even more problems being created. If you look at the proposed definition of chairperson, where we are saying the chairperson, yeah, shall be, we are deleting certain phrases there. We are saying the chairperson shall be the person appointed in accordance with Article 252 of the Constitution, full stop. And we are deleting, yeah, the vice chairperson or a member appointed by the members on a temporary basis to exercise the office of chairperson. There's a very serious problem there. It simply means if there's no chairperson who meets the qualifications of a judge of the Supreme Court, then the commission cannot function. There'll be no chair. And the decision of the Supreme Court was that whoever exercises in temporis the functions and duties of chairperson should have the qualifications of a judge. So we should have redrafted it in a different way and said, and if the chairperson shall retain the qualifications of a Supreme Court judge, so should be the vice chairperson or any other member. In other words, both the vice chair and the chair should at all times have the qualifications of a Supreme Court judge so that the commission is not stranded. And if you go further and you see the current act where the qualifications are provided for the chairperson and vice chairperson, there's even a member who is supposed to have qualification in law. So there was already an avenue. So Mr. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I think I don't want to speak too much to it except to warn the House that we need to seriously reflect on this matter and allow open debate and members to vigorously interrogate whatever the proposals are here so that we don't have a repeat of every election. Yeah, we come to this particular storyline of how we need to change the law, how we need to change the IBC, how we need to do everything. The election in India, the 960 million people are using technology to vote in India. I was among the people in this country who, after witnessing what happened in 2007, when the Right Honorable Raila won the elections and his victory was stolen because the elections were manual, I insisted with the former president, the late Kibaki, and Ambassador Mudaura, that we are to go digital in our electoral process. That is why we have the EVID. That is why we have all the technology around voter registration, around voter identification. What we still do not have is electronic voting. And it is time we have an open debate on that. It is technology that will give us the integrity we need in our elections, the clear record keeping, and access to information that we need to actually have credible, fair, reliable, and predictable elections. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Kuria East, followed by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nichukue nafasi hii kukushukuru sana kwa nafasi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, matukio ambayo yamekumba nchi hii siku za hivi karibuni yameletea mswada ambao uko mbele ya bunge hili wakati huu. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, matukio hayo yamefuatia matukio mengi ambayo yamekuwepo tangia nchi ilivyopata uhuru. Na kila chaguzi ikimalizika kunakuwa na nafasi ya Wakenya kuweza kupata kuangalia, kuchambua na kuweza kurekebisha, kuzidisha, kuboresha na kuendeleza jinsi ambavyo chaguzi zinafanywa katika nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi karibuni tumekuwa na chaguzi ambayo ilikuwa na tetesi nyingi sana. tetesi hizi zikaletea mchakato huu ambao leo tunauzungumzia. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, hatukubaliani na kila kitu ambacho kilitoka katika mchakato huo wa NADCO, lakini kwa sababu Kenya lazima iendelee mbele, baadhi ya mambo ambayo yametoka katika ripoti ile inatubidi sisi tuweze kuyazungumzia na kukubaliana nayo. Siku hii ya leo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuendeleza jinsi ambavyo chaguzi zitaendelea kufanyika katika nchi hii, inabidi kwamba tukubaliane na mambo machache, ingawaji kuna nafasi ya kurekebisha baadhi ya mengine. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ikumbukwe kwamba sio zamani, mwaka nafikiri wa 2016 kumekuwa na chaguzi katika nchi ya Marekani ambaye wengi wetu tunaiona kama ni demokrasia ambaye imekomaa takriban labda miaka 200 sasa, karibu miaka 200 ya demokrasia. Lakini pamoja na hiyo, kulitokea matukio sawia na yale yaliyotokea nchini Kenya wakati ambapo tumefanya uchaguzi mwaka 2022. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata tukirekebisha jinsi gani kulingana na ripoti iliyotolewa na kamati hii ama hata na NADCO yenyewe mapendekezo yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, tatizo sio sheria, sio sheria. Tatizo ni ubinafsi. Tatizo ni mafikira ya watu. Kwa sababu kama demokrasia ya Marekani ambayo ina miaka mingi kama nilivyotaja hapo juu, inaweza kaibua matatizo kama yale ambayo sasa hivi yanaendelea, na mpaka umeenda mpaka katika mahakama wanazungumzia jambo hili, inaonyesha kwamba hakuna demokrasia ambayo inaweza kusazwa kwa jambo hili. Na kwa sababu hiyo, hata nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, mapendekezo ambayo tunayo mbele yetu haya sio kwamba ni dawa kabisa ya kumaliza shida ambazo ziko hapo mbele. Kwa hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi mawazo yangu ni kama ifuatavyo. Kwanza, mwenyekiti ambaye anapewa umuhimu sana, anahitajika kupewa ile kinga, Waingereza wanasema insulation, kutoka kwa baadhi ya mambo ambayo tuliyaona Bomas yalipofanyika wakati ule ambapo kulikuwa na tatizo hili. Matukio yale yanatusababisha sisi kujifunza kwamba tumempa mtu mmoja majukumu mengi muhimu, lakini hatumwamini. Tunamwekea watu wengi na mambo, watu wanamzunguka pale, anakuwa kwamba hawezi kutekeleza kazi yake jinsi ambavyo inafaa, na hata akifanya hivyo anashukiwa. Kwa bahati mbaya, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi weka sheria ya tabia. Kwa Kiingereza, you cannot legislate bad manners or good manners. Ni vigumu. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, huyu bwana ikiwa atapewa nafasi yake aweze kufanya kazi yake vizuri, heshimu kwamba amefuata sheria zilizowekwa, na kisha kutoa uamuzi, unakuwa ni uamuzi ambao unaweza kubainika. Tofauti na kuweka mikangamo hata hii mifumo ya elektroniki na mingine ya kuweza kuendesha chaguzi bila sisi kuwa na imani kwa yule mtu ambaye amewekwa pale kwamba akaweze kufanya jambo lile, ule uamuzi, itakuwa bado ni bure. Tutatumia hela nyingi, tutatengeneza systems nyingi za elektroniki na zinginezo, lakini bila sisi kumkubali huyu bwana kwamba yale maamuzi mahakama zetu tunaziheshimu mahakama zetu. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, bunge hili lisipofanya kazi yake vilivyo, na ndio maana ninaunga mkono mswada huu, basi tutakuwa tumepeana nafasi kwa mahakama kutunga sheria kwa niaba yetu. Na ndio maana Mheshimiwa Spika, uniruhusu tu niseme hivi. Matatizo ambaye tuko nayo katika nchi hii ni matatizo ya ukabila. Ni matatizo ya walio wengi na walio wachache. Shutuma namna ya kuangalia yale ambayo yanakupendeza wewe unayavuruta upande wako, haujali yale ambayo ni ya wingi wa watu, maslahi ambayo yanayowasaidia wengi. Hayo Mheshimiwa Spika ndio matatizo, na kwa bahati mbaya Mheshimiwa Spika hatuyazungumzii hayo. Wale ambao wana sauti kubwa wanapata nafasi yao kwa sababu wataweza kuenda katika barabara na kuweza kuleta fujo pale na hatimaye kusukuma mambo yao yakafika katika upeo wa kitaifa, na wakasukuma sauti yao ikasikika, na watu wote wakafuata hayo, wakafikiri kwamba ndivyo inavyofaa kuwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninakubali mswada huu na kuunga mkono ili kwamba tuweze kuendeleza demokrasia ya Kenya, kwa sababu kila hatua tunaendelea. Tunaweka tofali baada ya lingine na tunaenda mbele. Mwisho Mheshimiwa Spika, maeneo bunge. Kwa sababu tumefikia sehemu ambayo tutasema kwamba tuko katika hatari, kwamba tumekiuka sheria, katiba jinsi ilivyo. Maeneo bunge 290 haya, hata tukisema kwamba IBC hata tusipotatua jambo hili kwa haraka, ni kwamba hata tukifanya ile mchakato wa kuyaangalia upya maeneo bunge, itakuwa kwamba bila sheria kuwepo ya kuipanua, kufungua yale maeneo bunge 290, basi itakuwa kwamba pia tumepitwa na wakati. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa misingi hiyo ninaunga mkono mswada huu kwa marekebisho kwamba yule mwenyekiti, ripoti ambaye nimeisoma kwamba muhula wake uwe miaka 3. Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka 3 haifai. Inahitaji tumpe muda mrefu zaidi, na isiwe muda wake unaisha wakati ambapo pia na chaguzi zinafanyika. Tuwe tunaweka muda wake unakwisha katikati ya chaguzi, na pia awepo katika ofisini wakati ambapo tunafanya ile tathmini ya kuangalia historia ya chaguzi ambazo zimepita, yani ile review ya chaguzi ambazo imepita, uchaguzi uliopita. Wakati huo pindi tu awe huyu bwana awe katika ofisini, ili tunapochambua tunamchambua na yeye pia utendakazi wake, ili ikiwezekana kama atakuwa anaongezewa ataongezewa, kama haongezewi basi anaondolewa, na pia namna za kumuondoa ziwepo ambazo hazileti friction katika nchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, niachie hapo nikisema kwamba asante kwa kunipa nafasi, na vile vile pia niseme kwamba tunapoendelea mbele ninaunga mkono kwamba kuwe na nafasi ya marekebisho kuboresha zaidi. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
The Honorable Dr. Oundo, followed by the Honorable Stephen Mogaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my words or my contribution to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill 2024, most likely arising from the discussion of NADICO. Honorable Speaker, we stand here today to debate this particular amendment bill in the backdrop of some very embarrassing situations that we find ourselves in. The Cherera 4 and the Chebukati wing will forever be a blot to the conscience of this country. Will always be an embarrassing episode, an embarrassing statement on how badly an election can be held. Honorable Speaker, we stand here today again to debate this bill, that we have had no electoral commission for the past 1.5 years, and we have areas of representation that have got no representative, and therefore denying those members the right to be represented, the right to participate in the lawmaking process in this country. We stand here, Honorable Speaker, also to debate this bill, that for the past 2 elections, whenever the Supreme Court has required the Electoral Commission opens up the server for scrutiny, Electoral Commission has routinely refused, neglected and refused to allow for the server to be opened up. So we find ourselves in an election system that probably might not meet the basic requirements of an electoral system as provided for in the law and the constitution, that must be fair, verifiable, and correctly be able to assuage the fears of all. Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill, there are three fundamental areas that are being addressed. One is the question of the selection panel. That's number one. Number two is the term of the CEO. Number three is the mechanics of the delimitation of constituency and the electoral wards boundaries. Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill in totality, yes, we must say it's a progress in the right manner. But Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to say probably it does not go deep enough to address the areas, the issues that have been fomenting over the many, many years, Honorable Speaker. I voted first time, Honorable Speaker, in 1992. And I must admit since then, there has been tremendous changes in the way we conduct our elections. But the changes have not gone deep enough to make sure the elections are such a credible manner that anybody, even if they contested, determination of the same in a court of law should be seamless, simple, and straightforward, Honorable Speaker. Of course, the most interesting election that we'll always remember, I can remember because I could remember, was the Mulolongo one. And Honorable Speaker, the Mulolongo election, on paper and in theory, was the most transparent election process. Because we line up, I see you are lining up behind my back, you're lining somebody's back, but because of our bad manners, sorry to use the word, because of our lack of fidelity to law and adherence to basic morals, we botched the entire process that became an eyesore, an embarrassment to the whole world. Honorable Speaker, if we look, there's some tidying up that I must admit has been good. A chairman is a chairman. A chairman cannot be a collegial. It's a chairman. It's one individual who must be held responsible for the works that he must do, who must chair. And, our constitution is also very clear. When you talk about a commission, the chairman is an independent chairman, followed by the other commissioners. The definition that had been imputed in the bill, the Principal Act, to as if we imagine that if there's no chair, a vice chair can act and hold the powers of a chair, was again a misnomer. And Honorable Speaker, we have had a tendency of this in this Parliament. It became apparent in part of the 12th Parliament, and I can see creeping back into this, that many times we are in a hurry to police some political masters somewhere, so that we proceed and make laws that are outrightly unconstitutional, that are contradictory, and then when they go to the courts, it's members of Parliament who are left embarrassed with red faces as if they do not know what to do. And that's why we must give ourselves adequate time to look at a bill, scrutinize it in details. There's no hurry. Whichever you are hurrying to do will always be annulled, and then we come back. Honorable Speaker, any system that is done, Honorable Speaker, must be subjected to auditing. As we stand here today, the probably Electoral Commission, IBC, audits its process and systems and retains that information for their own internal use. The public, who are the main consumers of the electoral process, they never know what are the lapses, what areas needs to be strengthened, what areas needs to be rectified. And that's why I support the proposed provisions here that they must audit their processes, their system, and publish the report. And I would have imagined, Honorable Speaker, immediately after the petitions are completed, which by law is required within 1 year, they should release that report. But the million-dollar question here, what happens if the report points out some mistakes that benefited one person and disadvantaged another? What the remedy do we bring here? Are we opening a Pandora's box? Or what other remedy are we putting in? For example, if it became apparent that it was like the previous years, where the votes of Honorable Raila Odinga have routinely and shamelessly been stolen, and then it becomes apparent he has won, and somebody has already been sworn in as a president, and the process at the Supreme Court has been concluded, what do we do? That's why when we enact an act of parliament, Speaker, we must look at posterity. We must look at all the best and worst case scenarios and put into place mitigation measures. Honorable Speaker, we have gone for an expanded selection panel on the belief that we do not want to allow any wing of the political process to appoint members of the IBC. But Honorable Speaker, we have left the process of interviews and transmission of the results of the interview from the selection panel to the president again. We have said the president is given, 3 names to pick from. The chairperson just remains intact. We have said the president will be given 9 names and will be at his pleasure to pick 7 or so out of those 9 names. I want to ask my coalition members, the NADICO group, and whoever has brought, that if we are going for amendments to address the problem that we have had, let's go to the root cause of the problem and not only deal with the superficial issues. There's no way, Honorable Speaker, you are dealing with the supply chain to take drugs to hospital, but you are not dealing with the doctors who diagnose and dispense the drugs. You have not solved the patient, you have only made it easier for the process to move, but and allow typical abuse of the process as we stand here today. Honorable Speaker, it's therefore important, and I would want to urge everybody who is concerned, that at the point of we are going to the committee of the whole House, let's open up this bill for enrichment so that whatever we get outside there will be something that will solve our problems once and for all. Others, as it is, Honorable Speaker, as is said in this bill, we are only scratching the surface of the problem. We are not solving the problem in detail. Honorable Speaker, the limitation of electoral units is clearly provided for in the Constitution under Article 89. And this was placed there with appreciation that demographics will change, migrations will change, settlement patterns will change, densities, population densities will change, economic activities will change, and therefore there must be a given time to review. The Constitution has set a limit of 290 constituencies. This is the limitation for what purposes are you going to achieve. You are going to move one community, one clan from this area, take it to another, where they're going to be, as the minority always complain, be loaded over. So, Honorable Speaker, it's time we look at it in totality. You know, on the face of it, I support the bill, but we'll have to do.
The Honorable Mogaka.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to also contribute to this very momentous bill. From the outset, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill subject to the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, where, Mr. Speaker, you are one of the senior-most members and which I'm also privileged to sit in. And from the outset, as I comment, I want this House to remind itself that this bill is a negotiated document. And faced with a negotiated document, as a committee of JLAC, we have endeavored to give life to this negotiated document to the extent that it will satisfy this country beyond doubt, but to also not temper or alter the very substance of the negotiation and the resulting document. And it is because of this that I will be urging members to avoid bringing drastic changes or amendments to this bill, lest we get back to where we were and the 13th Parliament will carry the shame, or will continue carrying the shame, of not having an IEBC in place, to the extent that we have disenfranchised many electoral units that are not represented at the moment. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that the bill has also come out of a lot of public participation carried out at Bomas, and this has been a Bomas 1 and Bomas 2 kind of public participation, because we had the original negotiating committee, which was replaced with a committee that has brought us this bill. As JLAC, once seized up with this legislative proposal, we also, Mr. Speaker, conducted parliamentary public participation to ensure that we miss no dot or cross on the T and the I, so that ultimately the document that we roll out of this House will put the 13th Parliament in the annals of history that we gave Kenyans a functioning law. I'm aware also that once we are done with it, it will also go to Senate, and therefore this will be a law that has been enacted in a very, very inclusive manner. One hallmark of this bill, which makes me support it, is because it enhances transparency in our electoral process. One of the ways that we are enhancing transparency is by expanding the commission to the extent that the missing value, the missing technical value within the commission that had culminated in an unprecedented number of election petitions is going to be obviated. Because the election is about numbers. And sadly, we have hitherto not been having accountants sitting in that commission. And it is with pleasure, Mr. Speaker, that an amendment is being sought to bring ISPAC, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, on board, so that questions of numbers will never again be a reason for Kenyans disputing an election. The other area of dispute, Mr. Speaker, has been on the transmission of election results. And it is with pleasure that Kenyans need to know that this time round, we are having ICT gurus in the commission, so that there will be no doubt in anybody's mind that the result that has been properly counted and tallied at the polling station is the result that has been transmitted to where it should be announced. And therefore, Kenyans must be prepared to therefore understand that once an election has been conducted, one must be sure that the counting and tallying has been done correctly and the correct results has been transmitted, and they will go home happy. And although the expanding of the commission would at the first sight look like an additional expense to Kenyans, if you look at the kind of election petition costs that this country has been suffering through IEBC, as an accountant, if I look at the savings this country is going to make by IEBC not being encumbered with countless election petitions, that reduction or mitigation in the election litigation expenses will more than benefit this country compared to the 2 additional commissioners that we are bringing on board. This bill, Mr. Speaker, also introduces very strict timelines in putting in place the law that creates the panel, that also binds the panel to produce their results within a prescribed timeline, that also binds the President of the Republic to also appoint the commissioners within a prescribed statutory timeline, so that we are not leaving anything to chance from end to end. We have statutory clarity and certainty to ensure that this country shall no longer be held to ransom by any person who fails to appoint their nominee or by any president who may decide to sit on the report of the selection panel. This bill, Mr. Speaker, brings clarity on the definition of a parliamentary party, because common parlance tells us that any parliamentary party that has an elected member is a parliamentary party. But this bill brings clarity so that we do not have a confusion between the law that we are going to use to define a parliamentary party and the standing orders, which are parliament specific. Further, Mr. Speaker, if this law is enacted, one of my wards, Nyamaya ward, in my constituency, is the ward that has been suffering for lack of representation since the leader of majority, the late Elijah Osiemo, and may God continue resting his soul in eternal peace. Since he passed on in a road accident, the Nyamaya people have not had representation. They are therefore disenfranchised, and their fundamental freedom to representation in the County Assembly of Nyamira continues being violated for lack of a working IBC. I want, if this bill is enacted to law, I want the people of Nyamaya to have a Christmas gift, that they will have Christmas with their member of County Assembly sitting in our Nyamira County Assembly. Holding brief for my neighbor, Honorable Patrick Osero, Nyansiongo Ward, also in Nyamira County, does not have an MCA following an election petition. They are also unrepresented, and this bill, once enacted into law, will also give the people of Borabu constituency, my neighbor, the opportunity to be represented. I support and request that everybody supports this bill and everybody plays their role so that we have the law in place within record time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Timothy Toroitich, MP for Marakwet, is in the House? Or he just... The Honorable Phyllis Berto, MP for Moiben. She can proceed. Order, Honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to give my contribution and my voice to this amendment bill of the IBC. Mr. Speaker, this bill is long overdue. It should have been done earlier because of the situation in the country, Mr. Speaker. We find that there are constituencies and wards which are not represented because they have not been given an opportunity to do their elections. So I think we should move with speed and pass this bill so that such constituencies and such county assemblies be given the opportunity to do their elections and to have representatives, because it is through representatives that resources are distributed in the country. So it's unfortunate that we are having such scenarios. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to align this bill to the pronouncement made by the courts. And I'm sure our judges in the court did their due diligence and made observations which required that we do the amendments. And I think that is very much in order. Mr. Speaker, in my support, I like the fact that we are going to amend the time the CEO or the secretary of the IBC is supposed to serve. 3 years was going to be a misnomer, Mr. Speaker, because I believe in what we say, practice makes perfect. If somebody is given 3 years, just like Honorable Shole said, if you are a surgeon, you cannot just practice for 3 years and become an expert. You need to be given time. You need to be given time to practice, to learn, and to make decisions. And 3 years is not sufficient. I think the proposal of 6 years, for me, is not also enough. I would propose that the CEO serves for 9 years and exits just before the next election is done. And Mr. Speaker, it is good to have the panel, the membership of the panel to be increased. When we have 9 members, it should be able to recruit a chairman who is acceptable by the entire country and an expert who is more qualified. So it shouldn't be about the number of years. It should be somebody who has integrity. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter. You can serve for 3 years, you can serve for 6 years, you can serve even for many years, but if your reputation is in question, then it becomes problematic. I think it is important for the selection panel, now that we are going to add more members, to do their due diligence and get someone who is going to prepare the country and serve the country and give very credible results so that we avoid situations where after every election in Kenya, there is anxiety, there is panic, there is, I mean, it is even, to some extent, some people even don't wish that we do elections. Our constituents, or members of our constituencies, or the citizens of Kenya, are not very confident, because every time we go for an election, people have to fight, people have to be displaced, there is anxiety, results have to be contested. So we have to make it right, and we hope that going forward, we train our people, we believe in our system, we trust our processes, so that we get the right people. An election is just a 5-year season. So if we get the right people to serve, life will be easy and people will be will relax. They will not be anxious. They will not be schools. I mean, schools shouldn't be closing early because there is an election. It should just be a season which comes and goes. And what I would wish is that we have to leverage on technology, Mr. Speaker. We are in the 21st century. Technology has come of age. It has improved, but it's unfortunate that we still rely on the analog way of going to the polling station with your ID. They look for your name. Sometimes the register you are missing, you are supposed to move from one place to another. It should be something which is watertight. We should leverage on technology so that the process becomes very simple. We don't have to take a whole 12 hours or 24 hours voting and waiting for results. The results should just be relayed very fast through technology, and then I think life will be very easy. It was also important to make clarification on or define what a political party is. You know, sometimes terms, if they are misinterpreted or they become ambiguous, they bring issues. So it was important to define. Now that a political party is defined in our standing orders, it is also important to align it in the IBC so that there is no ambiguity, so that there is clarity of information. And Mr. Speaker, how I wish, okay, there are some issues which might require some more amendments, and I think when the bill comes to the committee of the whole house, I think we can start ironing such issues. And I would ask our colleagues in Parliament that we look at the bill, we read it, we understand it, so that when we are making an amendment, we make amendments which are very informative and which will improve our IBC, because going forward, we would want to have an election which is very clear. I mean, people finish an election and we move on, so that we don't finish an election, we go to court, we go to High Court, we go to the Supreme Court, it creates anxiety in the country, we wait, we waste time other than just doing an election and we pass, we do other things, and our leaders to start work immediately. So, Mr. Chair, I stand here and I support this bill, and I know we cannot have a perfect document at a go. Learning is a continuous process. A document will be improved over time, just like where we started. Initially, we didn't have when we do elections, we did not have Supreme Court in the past, where those who are aggrieved presidential candidates can run to Supreme Court, which we have, and I believe we can continue improving this document slowly until it reaches its perfection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my my contribution.
The Honorable Irene Mayaka, followed by the Honorable Bernard Kitur, and then followed by the Honorable David Gikaria. Then followed by Rose Buyu. Proceed on the basis of that.
Thank you, Honorable.
Order. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I also stand to support the IBC Amendment Bill of 2024. And Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank both the President and the soon-to-be President of Africa, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, for being magnanimous enough to actually rally their troops and the leaders who are part of the NADCO team, and for the fact that the NADCO team actually took into consideration and did public participation, so they took consideration of the people of Kenya. I also want to thank the committee of JLAC for being able to extract this particular bill and the others that are soon to come to the House. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I'm very thankful for this is because when we have amendments to bills that are meant to have perpetuity, it means that we will leave solutions that will not only help this particular parliament, but even future parliaments and the people of Kenya at large. So these are solutions that are actually engraved, that will actually be engraved in law, and therefore will be very helpful to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the other reason why I'm thankful for this is because in the very near future, in 2027, I'm one of the people who wants to run for a political seat. And therefore, when we have laws in place that streamline the Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission, then it gives hope to myself and a lot of us who want to run for political seats, because then we know that things are going to be better than they have been in the past. Honorable Speaker, my area MP, the Honorable Steve Mogaka, spoke about some of the areas that are currently affected because they lack representation. In particular, Honorable Speaker, I just want to talk about my home county, Nyamira, where we have a total of 36 wards. But because of all these delays, 2 of the wards are not represented at the county assembly. So that means even when they're having budgetary discussions or development discussions that the MCAs are able to push for, it means there are 2 wards that are not represented. And this means that, Honorable Speaker, if someone were to go to court and say that, for example, the County Assembly of Nyamira is not properly constituted because it doesn't have 2 members, then that will bring us a lot of issues. And so, Honorable Speaker, this is one of those bills that we really need to ensure that it is fast-tracked so that we can have representations for everyone in this country who is currently awaiting for a by-election, for them to be able to have a representation either at National Assembly or at County Assembly. Honorable Speaker, one of the areas that I'm really keen on that has been included is the welcome addition of experienced professionals. And Honorable Speaker, in particular, as a member of the Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, I'm really, really happy that they have been included in this. Because, Honorable Speaker, IBC, when it comes to elections, deals with issues of intricate numbers. It deals with issues that you really need professionals who are governed by the ethics of their profession to be able to sit on that table so that they ensure that the procurement process that is being done is properly done, that the numbers that are being consumed in that particular space are properly done. And Honorable Speaker, I also welcome the addition of an ICT profession because, Honorable Speaker, Right now in the world, we are grappling with a situation where we are playing catch-up with technology. Technology is a couple of years ahead of us. The rest of the world is currently dealing with the 5th industrial revolution. In Kenya, we are dealing with the 4th industrial revolution. We have AI and the future of things. And Honorable Speaker, if we don't have experts there, and we've all seen the kind of things that can be done with the artificial intelligence, it's really going to affect us if we do not have professionals in that space who will be able to quickly tell if there are any issues that are relating to IT. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the proposal to have the term of the Secretary aligned with the new commission for smooth transition and practical continuity, this is also another area that I really welcome, Honorable Speaker, because it will then ensure that the Secretariat and the Commission are working in tandem, and it will ensure that the experience that they have in terms of them having been in the Commission space at the same time will be aligned properly. Honorable Speaker, there's also the clause that seeks to ensure that we review operations after a general election from 1 year to 18 months. Honorable Speaker, this is another very welcome amendment, because 1 year is ideally not enough for you to review a general election. Remember, Honorable Speaker, when we are doing a general election in our country, we are not just electing one office. We are electing a total of 6 offices. And for that reason, a lot of work goes into that space, and the review of that cannot be realistically be completed in 1 year. You need a bit more time to ensure that proper audits are done, the gaps are properly identified, and you are able to now enrich the next election because you've had a bit more time to review that. Honorable Speaker, on the clause that speaks on political parties, liaison committee getting extra slots, this again I fully support, Honorable Speaker. And the reason why I do that is because when it comes to elections, the key players are political parties. Political parties are the people who actually have members who are running for office. And therefore, if they are properly accommodated within the committee space, it means that we will have grievances, issues, feedback, and all the things that different political parties want to ensure are governed being taken into consideration because they do have their own representation. Honorable Speaker, the only amendment that I feel I'm not very confident in, and I wish that we have an amendment on that, is the suggestion to have the CEO running for a period of 3 years. And I've had other members also talking about this. The IEBC Commission is a very sensitive space. It is a space where you need someone who has had an experience for a longer time within that particular space for them to understand everything that goes on there. And 3 years is not enough because that person will need, first of all, to have time where they are able to be trained about what is going on in that particular space. They will need to be able to familiarize themselves with all the laws that govern the elections of this country. And then they will still need to familiarize themselves with the boundaries of this country and each and every other space. I don't think 3 years, having a CEO for 3 years is enough. Honorable Speaker, this is one area that I wish and I hope that we will be allowed to bring in amendments to have a CEO running for at least 5 years. Then that gives them a bit more time. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support. I thank you.
Very well. The previous speaker had already mentioned names of honorable members to speak on this, and I think the first on that list was Bernard Kitur of Nandi Hills, followed by the Honorable Gikaria. So let's hear Kitur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Give me the chance to contribute on this very important piece of amendment from the IEBC bill. In the upshot, I would like to appreciate that NADCO, this being a piece of output from the NADCO report, the work that has been done by Justice and Legal Affairs is very enriching. It's a great opportunity for us in this parliament to correct the many wrongs that have always happened when there is an electoral cycle. So this is a great chance for us to be able to give our contribution so that we make sure that every time there is an election, the election is done in a manner that is just a common process. It is not one that is very acrimonious. Every time there is an election, people are scared. But I think when we are able to put in laws and legislations, pieces of legislations that guard every corner when there is fairness, then in that regard you expect that we will have a peaceful election. And equally, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very timely because we have several representations or several seats that have no representations, both here in National Parliament and as well in the several county assemblies, as a result of not having a proper constituted IEBC. And as such, this gives us an opportunity, when we are able to pass these pieces of legislation, to give those several Kenyans to have their right also to participate or to have their representations in these houses, because when you have these representatives, politics is about sharing of the national cake or the county cake. So this gives also an opportunity for the very many Kenyans to also have the chance to have their representatives where everything that is being shared, their voice also is being heard. So I think this is very timely. In the upshot, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo and support the expansion of the selection panel from the 7 to 9, and equally looking into the various bodies that will participate in the selection panel. It is very wide, but I am really excited that in the opening of those bodies to give representations also include professional bodies in our country. Some, like a body that I'm also a member in, the accountants body, and also the qualifications of the members to participate in the selection panel. I know in the past we have had a long history as a country, dating back in the 90s when we had the various bodies. It was very acrimonious. But when you are able to pass this bill, then it is going to define exactly the bodies that are going to give their various representations. It is going to be black and white. And the members then that are going to be selected, in my view, are very professional. Mr. Speaker, when you also move ahead and see what this bill proposes, is that even after we've had, because it gives, first of all, how the selection panel is going to be, how they will operate, how they are constituted, and how they are dissolved. So giving a complete picture of how this selection panel is going to be. So that gives the comfort to every Kenyan out there, because it's a very negotiated document. But thereafter, this bill has gone even ahead to elucidate more on even the members of the commission, the IEBC commission, how they will be selected. And something that has captured my attention, Mr. Speaker, the other day we were hosting friends from a country in the world that they have embraced technology in literally everything. And I think Kenya in Africa is on a better pedestal on terms of using technology. And looking at this bill, Section 6 of the Act, where they have said that they want the members of this commission, some who have an experience not only in accounting, but also information and communications and technology, as an additional profession and qualification to participate as commissioners or to be members of the commission. This really excites me, Because the moment as a country we continue to do the very many things we do in terms of technology, we're now running the 100,000 fiber optic kilometers, we are doing the 25,000 Wi-Fi, and we are able to bring in persons who will be in the IEBC Commission who have a mind about technology, who will be able to drive IEBC into adopting full technology in running our elections. That will be able to bring the agreement that we've always had. It will contribute in making sure that we have a peaceful election, because when technology is adopted, then it brings in a lot of efficiency, a lot of transparency, and things around that space. So we are going to have a very transparent election. That has really excited me, Mr. Speaker, and I think the more the reason I support these amendments that have been proposed. Mr. Speaker, this bill has gone ahead to define the issue of when a vacancy arises, that is under subsection 1, during the appointment of when a vacancy happens in the committee, in the commission, where if the chairperson is incapacitated or that seat becomes vacant, giving the powers to the vice chairperson to take charge. This was a serious anomaly that existed, and that's why we witnessed some of these things previously in the last election between the Cherera and, of course, the then chairman. So such things have been cured by this bill. This is very exciting, that then that seat of the chairman will not be vacant at any one time. And even it goes on ahead to explain, in an event both even are vacant, what happens thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it also elucidates what happens after election. That, Mr. Speaker, the Commission will have 1 year to be able to review the operations and make any necessary changes required to make the operations for the next election more efficient, effective, transparent, and accountable. And even as they do that, they will be able to bring to the floor of the House for us, for the Parliament of the time, to be able to look into it also and make it better for the future elections. I think it is very exciting when you are able to have it captured in the law, that once an election has been done, you can be able to review it. Mr. Speaker, let me capture the last and the most important, the issue of the CEO or the Secretary of the IEBC. That it should not, I tend to disagree that we have a 3-year term. I would presuppose we have a 6-year, in my view, renewable, or even 9 years, so that once an officer is there, he is certain that he cannot be able to make decisions that are only futuristic. So for me, I feel that is an amendment that needs to be done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable David Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, we have been with you around in this place, and you understand the aftermath of every election since 1992. And Honorable Speaker, are these elections work in progress, that always we will have new ideas, other issues coming up? Yes. But we are hoping that, Honorable Speaker, these amendments are going to provide a wide-ranging amendments that will sort out the madness that comes after every election. Honorable Speaker, this country has become a political country, and we thank God now there is some quietness, that we are elected to work so that we can be able to serve our people within the mandate that has been given to us, and then we allow politics to take its time when that time comes. Honorable Speaker, when you look at, and I am happy because this amendment is as a result or is a birth of a lot of negotiation. Issues started after the election, culminated into demonstration that stopped the whole country. Not forgetting the deaths that also occurred. But it's good because now this is coming out of, it's more of a referendum kind of, because Honorable Speaker, people were given opportunity and time, and so many stakeholders were invited before the National Dialogue Committee to give their views. And you know, Honorable Speaker, what culminated out of the National Dialogue Committee? We started with a committee that we were told we had very amateur members, I don't know from which party, and then other refused to go for meetings. Until now, they got the heavyweights, as it was indicated. And of course, we appreciate the effort that has come from the heavyweights, as they were being called. And now we have a bill. But Honorable Speaker, NADCO did not just talk about IEBC. He spoke about other issues related to electoral justice, related to matters outstanding of constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties. And you remember, Honorable Speaker, it is also important for us to continue thinking and taking into account that also that fidelity and commitment to political party. It is important, Honorable Speaker, so that again we don't dilute aspect of political party just because so-and-so has won, so you take and you switch your gears. Honorable Speaker, democracy and this House will never be able to be what it should be if we continue, if we don't protect the integrity of political parties and coalitions. Also, it brought in about the National Development Fund, Honorable Speaker. And I'm saying all these things are joined at the hip. And we are asking the responsible or relevant committees to take up and so that these things can come concurrently. They should be running together so that we don't push the IBC, we forget about the inclusion of the CDF in the Constitution, so that again we stop this madness where people go to court to stop a fund that is so transformative, that is so present, that is so felt by every Kenyan in every home state. So again, we are asking the leadership of this House and the House business to prioritize also the other issues or the other legislation that needs to go hand in hand so that we can be able to actualize the whole of this issue that has come out. The aspect of, say, for example, for the Senate. Honorable Speaker, Senate should be given some fund. I am a proponent of them being given some fund for them to be able to do their oversight work. Sometimes they are very ineffective when they continue lying at the Senate here without going to the counties for them to. So they will sit next to us, want to encroach on the National Assembly function just because if they are empowered, Honorable Speaker, rarely will you be getting even a quorum at the Senate for them. So I'm a proponent that I'm requesting the relevant departmental committees that have all these legislation that come together to be able to. On matters of what Honorable Maisori, the Member of Parliament of Kuria East, had indicated earlier, I totally agree with him, Honorable Speaker. It is so demeaning for this House for us to be told we are passing unconstitutional legislation, that we have to follow what the court says so that we can come and legislate. Honorable Speaker, it is a huge setback for this House that we, and unfortunately so, it is indicated in our bills that we have passed so many unconstitutional legislation that we have to be guided by the courts on how we are going to be legislating. Honorable Speaker, this House has so many lawyers. The Committee of JLAC, I think 80% are lawyers. And it is important for this House now for us to critically look to, and not to fall into waves or coercions of us passing unconstitutional matters that once they find their way to the courts, these are. But I also, Honorable Speaker, I want to say, to commend that it is important for us to look at the thematic areas that this amendment is bringing, particularly on the inclusion of accountants and the ICT as qualifications. Honorable Speaker, the only person I'm not seeing here is the plumbers. You remember plumbers were being mentioned even in the Supreme Court, that if you go to a room and you are, I don't know, taking the plumber is repairing. So all I just want to say is that the inclusion of professional in some fields that were identified, it is very key in this amendment, and I want to applaud the committee for bringing this amendment for us to be able to. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the additions of the selection panel, again, Honorable Speaker, it's an added advantage where we will bring in some more from the 7 number to 9 to accommodate more stakeholders in the aspect of the selection panel that will be picked and be able. So, Honorable Speaker, if I go to the actual bill, Honorable Speaker, Clause 2 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to amend the definition of a chairperson. Honorable Speaker, in the last term, I had an opportunity to bring an amendment to the IEBC Act. And Honorable Speaker, my amendment was speaking to the chairperson. And Honorable Speaker, my view that time, and I strongly still believe it should be the same, and maybe I will be bringing some amendment, is that when you say a chairperson has the qualification of a Supreme Court judge, then it only means one thing, that that person must be a judge, must have that background of the law issue. But the question I ask myself, elections, are they of legal issue or they are projects? And we need managers of projects, successful managers of administrators, projects management, who can be able to, because we have had chairs who have been lawyers. And since all that time, there are issues. So is it we should, as a country, interrogate whether it is only lawyers who can be able to be chairs, or we can change this and bring managers of projects that they can be able to deliver a project, not because they have some background of legal background. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to look into that. In Clause 3, Honorable Speaker, we spoke about the inclusion of other people, but there are a few other things that I want to say under Clause 7, Honorable Speaker. That when we talk about the delimitation of electoral units, it is important for us to also interrogate, is it fair, Honorable Speaker, for me to stand here representing 5,000 people and have a vote in Parliament when somebody else is representing 200,000 people and has the same? So, Honorable Speaker, the delimitation of boundaries is important, and it doesn't matter the size of that constituency. If the constituency has over 200, it should be given an equivalent representation in this House. So,
the Honorable Rosa Buyu, if you can't deliver in 10 minutes, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first, before I speak to the amendment, I'd just like to congratulate one honorable member by the name of Honorable Mayaka. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you had the opportunity to be in the House at that particular time when she was responding to a question, and she actually stood up and said that I was about to say I, but that's not me. She said she has been a victim or she has gone through FGM. The reason why I want to congratulate her is we have so many young girls in many parts of this country who have had to go through FGM, and many of them feel that they've been forced into FGM and they feel like their lives have come to an end. But watching the Honorable Speaker actually get up and say she has gone through that experience. And when you look at her, she's beautiful, she's intelligent, she's got everything to offer. And I think that gives hope to thousands of young Kenyan girls who are going through FGM, that life has not come to an end. There is still a huge opportunity. So I want to thank and congratulate my sister. Back to the amendment, I stand to support this amendment. Why? Because it's the first step or the first opportunity into realizing the negotiated NADCO report. After a fierce battle with what IEBC, or what many people have considered to be the rules created by IEBC, we have a report that was actually politically negotiated. And this is the beginning of realizing that report. Mr. Speaker, I hear many people talking about 3 years is not enough for a CEO. A CEO of IEBC, if he needs more than 3 years to acclimatize himself with the job, then he is not worth being in that position. We have the experience of one CEO sitting in 2 elections, and that CEO began to feel that he was the IEBC. Even began to feel more important than the commissioners themselves. So one thing that makes me support this amendment is that the IEBC CEO will serve for 3 years. And if he's done a good job, he can serve for another 3 years. In effect, he'll only be overseeing one Kenyan general election. And I think that is good for the country. Mr. Speaker, I also like the fact that the selection panel is now expanded. When you expand it, and I had a few of my colleagues say, when you expand it and bring more professional bodies, that means that we are able to judge candidates who are coming to be commissioners or who've applied to be commissioners in different segments. An accountant will see, no, this is quite a tweet. A legal member of the selection panel will say, this has a legal mind. So we have the end result of that will be that the people who will be selected to become commissioners will be all-rounders that different professional sectors have actually given their nod to. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to say that apart from increasing the number of members of the panel, I'd like to say that I also like the mandatory, the fact that we are asking the commissioners that as soon as we have a general election, don't sit pretty and feel like you've already done your part. It is now mandatory for the commissioners to have a review in the first year after the elections. And that review should not be a secret sitting within their commission, but shared publicly so that we know that they have the opportunity to see what went wrong or what might have gone wrong and how they can actually rectify the mistakes that might have occurred in the last or in the previous election. Mr. Speaker, I think this is fundamental because you cannot say that once you're a commissioner, one election will be like the next. There will be different challenges experienced at different elections. And the reason why they must sit and review is to actually knock off the challenges that they experience and make the next election better. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to speak for too long, but I want to say that this is an opportunity for Kenyans to fight to have a free election. An election that will not see people feeling like their victory has been stolen, an election that will not make other people feel that we stole your election, utadu. This is an opportunity for us to come up with a body that will be full of integrity, a body that will be governed by steadfast policies to make IEBC a better IEBC than the IEBCs that we've seen. We know that in the previous election, we had 3 commissioners. Mr. Speaker, 3 commissioners deciding on everything. But in this amendment, it now states that for you to have a quorum, you must have at least 5 commissioners. I'm sure that it's more difficult to have 5 commissioners all thinking and leaning on one side. So what we will have is a better balance, a better thought out reasoning from IEBC. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for that opportunity. And just remember that one woman stood out for me today. and that is Honorable Irene Mayaka. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I think there's greatness in your contribution in terms of the term limit of the CEO, because you're the first real speaker to speak on that in terms of the length vis-a-vis the feeling that I'm there for all this time. And remember, it's 3 years, and then it's renewed to another 3 years, which is still the same 6 many speakers are actually talking about. Let's listen from Eve Obara, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this matter. First and foremost, let me thank and congratulate the JLAC committee for coming up with a bill, particularly in the backdrop of the NATCOM report and the dispute that we all saw soon after the elections, where many Kenyans lost their lives. May God rest their souls in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit surprised that my sister Rosa is congratulating Irene Mayaka. I was wondering if she's congratulating her in support of FGM or against FGM. But nevertheless, that has not been the issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the JLAC for coming up with amendments to strengthen electoral reforms. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, is the transparent campaign financing. This has been a problem in this country. And if you recall, there was a time when one of our leaders said that if we are not careful as a country, that this country will be led by wash-wash. Mr. Speaker, guidelines have been introduced and proposed in this bill to ensure accountability, preventing electoral malpractices, and promoting a level playing ground for all candidates during the elections. Two, Mr. Speaker, is what has been mentioned by many of my colleagues, that is inclusive representation. I fully support the provision, Mr. Speaker, because it is crucial to ensure that all demographic groups, they included this part on the bill. I'm a bit disappointed because throughout this amendment bill, there seemed to be no clear mention of the not more than 2/3 bill requirement that has bedeviled this country for many years, and somehow it has not even come up even in this one. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a matter that as women we would be happy that we put closure to this matter so that what the people said in the 2010, during the 2010 constitution making is actually implemented. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of enhanced voter education. We are aware the importance of voter education before any electoral process. I endorse the amendment in the bill and emphasize the importance of enhanced voter education. Mr. Speaker, the utilization of technology. We are aware that technology is a powerful tool that can enhance the efficiency and transparency of electoral processes. I fully endorse this amendment and advocate for the use of technology and innovation in the electoral process, such as digital solutions for voter registration and results transmissions. Stakeholder collaboration with other stakeholders is also very, very important, and I support this particular amendment. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are many people who want to speak after me, and a lot of these issues have already been addressed by other speakers. I don't have to take too much time of the sitting. But I would like to address the issue of the CEO that has come up severally, of many speakers actually recommending that the 3 years is not sufficient. But the 3 years, Mr. Speaker, is in line with the mwongozo that all CEOs in Kenya, they should do a 3-year term and an additional 3-year term subject to the performance evaluation. So performance is reviewed every year, and if the performance is good, then they are able to be reviewed. So I really don't think this is an issue. So long as one CEO sits through an election, and that is always after 5 years. So thanking you very much once again. I support. Asante sana.
Let's have the Honorable Julius Ruto and then the Honorable Jared Okello of Nyando. The Honorable Ruto is not in, so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this particular opportunity. And sorry, Honorable Kiari and Honorable Borek were busy making noises here, and I could not listen to your invitation. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this particular noble discussion in the floor of the House discussing the amendment of the IBC Amendment Bill of 2024, which to me, I want to say that it is timely bill that has come at the right time, whereas we understand as Kenyans, we are in a process of governance period of 5 years, that after every 5 years, an election period is coming in. And as we are talking now, we are already 2 years down after election, and we are foreseeing another 3 years coming very soon, when there are burning issues that have to be cleared. One of the critical ones is the boundary review, where we know from the provision of the Constitution, it had provided a review of within 8 years after an election, or not more than 12 years. And of course, we know this year, 2024 March, marked the end of the 12th year that was provided by the Constitution, and now we are staring at a period of uncertainty as to what is going to happen, especially on those particular constituencies which the law had given what we call protected constituencies, and of course even changes in the population of the inhabitants, the parameters that have been provided in the elimination of the boundaries. And nonetheless to say, I just want to pinpoint issues that this particular amendment has put it more weight to me, that I really want to support the issues of aligning the IBC law with the ruling of the High Court, especially on definition of the chairman and or vice and or commissioner. This one was providing an ambiguity, and that is why in the wisdom of the courts of Kenya found it to be unconstitutional. And I want to appraise the committee of JLAC for finding that this is now the right time to be able to align, so that we're able to absorb some questions which were raised during the recent Supreme Court decision of the election, so that in the future elections we cannot again find ourselves in the same quagmire. It is now coming out clear that the chairman is an office, and that office shall oversight election in a given period, and more so the national elections of the presidency, and that it is now a reserve of that particular office holder, of the chairman, him or herself alone, that is going to ensure he presides over the election and end up pronouncing the results of the outcome of that election. So I want to appraise that one, that this particular amendment has captured in. Another issue is on the aspect of selection of commissioners. The issue of professionalizing commission is an issue that is of timely in nature. We all remember in 2022 elections, there has been the issues that came up thereafter of Kifaranga via computer. We realized that all this particular confusion came around because could be the commissioner are challenging and understand the technology where Kenya and all the world is shifting in the election to run the election through technology. So therefore, a requirement on testing or on selection of the commissioners to be able to post a knowledge on ICT is very important, because we cannot run away from ICT. The whole world has changed now. We are even improving from ICT to intelligence world, where AI now is applicable in matters to do with running or interacting with the system and the human beings. So who knows, even in future, even the election now, AI will be doing much contribution in an election process, so that we're able to achieve the issues of certainty in terms of free, transparent, credible election. So all these technology are meant to provide support so that Kenyans have confidence in the election process. And therefore, commissioners who are supposed to oversee this election should be able to post the knowledge on technology. The other issue is also accounting, because we understand election is not only about conducting election, but it is a process.
And process engages on documentation, it engages on tools, strategic materials, how it starts and how it ends. In fact, the end justifies the means. So therefore, having commissioners with an accounting basic knowledge will be of importance, so that not only looking was what the law is providing, but also is able to interpret from figures, looking at the documents, interpreting the documents from 34A at the tallying center, where we all know that the election is on the tallying center, and what is lifted in the imaging system at the tallying center, national tallying center, and you're able to correlate the two documents and be able to ascertain the truthfulness in the documents and the reliance on this particular provisions or evidence, even as we are looking at the end results. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, is the term limit for the secretary to the commission. I see this particular amendment is providing that secretary to the commission serve in 3 years renewable. To me, I find it not logic. Because at the end of the day, we want to ensure this particular commission can oversee a commission from start or at the end of an election to the completion of an election process. And now that this particular amendment is providing a clause to do with audit, post-audit, post-election audits to be undertaken, this particular secretary should be able to oversee from start up to the audit report, because Kenyans now will be yearning to know the outcome of an election process through the audit report that shall be conducted by an expert through employment or engagement by the commission. And therefore, to me, I want to propose that this particular clause should be able to be looked at, so that secretary can be given even one term of 6 years non-renewable, like the other independent commissions, so that can serve 6 years non-renewable and be certain whenever you're being engaged, this person should be certain on his work. Who knows the political turmoil and changes? 3 years is so short that this person may not have time to learn, to build proper strategies or strategic plans and execute it. Because if this person is serving 3 years, you are creating uncertainty to this particular person, and in the long run, when changes of political temperatures, as we all understand, it might affect the performance of the secretary to the commission. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, as I've also dwelled on, is the post-election audits. It is very important. All these problems always comes at before any election comes in, people begin to recount the scars of the previous election, because the outcome of that election or whatever it was going around there is not known to Kenyans. We need the exercise of the experts to come and audit and make proper reporting for Kenyans to know how the election was conducted and the outcome of the election. And it gives confidence. And we all understand election is a process. All this is dynamic. Election is a process. Even the way you conduct election is a process. How it was 10 years, how it was 15 years ago is unlike how it is today. The issue, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to focus is on selection panels that is now accommodating additional professional bodies like ISPAC, where I'm proudly member of ISPAC, practicing member number 8440 and practicing member number 1982. Why am I proud of inclusion of such professional bodies? These are bodies who over time have managed to bring out the assurance of all the process to Kenyans through audits and post-audit processes. And you know, as I've said, election is a process. It is not only a conduct of the election. So these particular bodies will be able to test and give us commissioners that are going to assist us manage the election from the non-point of view, understanding critical the issues of documents. You realize always cases in court. Some of these cases, like in the year 2022, the election was taken back, not because there was doubt in the outcome, but rather in the process. So therefore, it is very important for us to ensure that these particular bodies are not only ISPAC, we also need to find a way of embracing more other professionals. The issues of religious also participation, these are the people who have managed our election thereafter. We know when there are challenges, we see them coming to manage the social issues, and they are blessed in a way of bringing Kenyans together, peace and tranquility. So involving them again will give more confidence to Kenyans. The other critical issues, Mr. Speaker, is the issues of dissolution of the selection panel. This act is providing 90 days. I don't understand on a scenario where there is unforeseeable events or activities. As I've said, we all understand there are court cases always, every now and then there are court cases that arises. The other day, Mr. Speaker was mentioning the rejectionist, the philosophy of rejectionist philosophers in the streets of Nairobi. What happens if these people move to court when this election panel has just been concluded and it interferes with their works? What happens if 90 days ends before? Does it mean we'll keep appointing any selection panelists after selection panelists whenever such events happen? I want to say that there should be a provision when the unforeseeable events arises, that this particular selection panel shall be protected until and when they conclude their work, and then at that time dissolution can take place. Lastly is the issues of quorum. Again, it is also very important. We realized the other day in the issues of Cherera 4, where when they moved out again, I mean, it was portraying a scenario of creating confusion in the country. Now it's clear that we have the selection, I mean, the quorum to conduct the business of the commission. Lastly is the issues of dissolutions, I mean, the eliminations of the boundaries. It is
Jared Okello.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for finally reaching to me in that catalogue. And from the outset, I want to make it clear that I support the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the consideration of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, it is important to underscore that electoral systems are strengthened the world over for posterity. We, as a country, are not gearing towards supporting a particular candidate to be at a vantage position towards the next elections, but we want this country to have systems that will withstand the test of times, and at the end of the day, have an electoral merchandise that responds to the needs and aspirations of Kenyans in general. I am buoyed by the fact that both the majority and the minority leaders are co-sponsoring this bill, Honorable Speaker, a testament that certain times our country can and should reach out to one another, and in particular times when we have friction within our country, Honorable Speaker. And now that both the minority and majority leaders have so chosen to co-sponsor this, I think it is incumbent upon all members of Parliament in this gallery to support this in its entirety, Honorable Speaker. Stemming from the NADCO report, Honorable Speaker, and we all understand the genesis of the NADCO report, what transpired in our country soon after the elections of 2022, an election that the country has not healed from. Lives were lost. Tear gas canisters were thrown at very innocent Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, those who are only exercising their democratic and constitutional rights, Honorable Speaker. The more reasons why we must move with speed to pass this bill so that it can become an act of this House and the act of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we've never got elections right. From the year 1992 to the elections 20 years later, or rather 30 years later of the year 2022, apart from the year 2002, Honorable Speaker, when the Honorable Prime Minister did say Kibaki Tosha, that is the only election that has stood out to be the most accurate and transparent election, Honorable Speaker. Thereafter, our country has faced numerous challenges, certain times leading to deaths of so many, such as the election of the year 2007, 2008, Honorable Speaker. And the more reasons why we must holistically look at our electoral infrastructure and make amendments in areas where we are called upon to, like that which we see in the NADCO report here, Honorable Speaker. And we shall never tire to reorient our election systems. People complain that there are perennial complainants each and every electoral cycle. Far from it. We must change where need arises. And we are going to do this over and over again until such a time that we are going to attain levels of sufficiency in our elections, Honorable Speaker. We will not run away from it. I'm glad that the proposals here, such as appointing the new selection panel and do away with the current panel, Honorable Speaker, is a good step in the right direction. When the panel was constituted by William Ruto, we did make necessary noises towards this. And we said an umpire cannot be selected by a participant in an election, Honorable Speaker. Ruto is a player, and he went ahead to concoct an entire team that was going to look at the referee, of course with the resultant feature of having his own into the system. And therefore, doing away with this panel and incorporating a new panel, Honorable
What's
Speaker.
your point of order, Honorable Gichimu?
Point of order, Chair. Is the member in order to discuss the conduct of His Excellency the President in whatever manner without a substantive motion? I think the member should withdraw, and if he has any beef with any decision that the President makes, should be able to bring before the House a substantive motion.
Very well, Honorable Jared Okello, and I knew that would be coming. It is as per our own standing orders that you don't use the name of the President and specifically I have to give you the standing order. It's standing order number 87. So you could please withdraw and continue with your very good debating skills, which I know you are always good at.
Honorable Speaker, I'm perturbed that I also mentioned the Prime Minister and no one rose up to correct me. But when I talk about William Samoei Ruto,
Order, Honorable Kello. Honorable Kello, the standing order is specific with the presidency.
I stand to withdraw that, Honorable Speaker, and I hope that my time will not be tampered with as I make my presentation. I'm glad that even as we come up with this selection panel, which will be new, that there is the proposal to retain one of the current members so that we can also have what is commonly known as the institutional memory of this body, Honorable Speaker. I'm glad that there is the inclusion of 2 more members so that we can also reach out to those who play a pivotal role on matters election in this country, Honorable Speaker, and that is highly welcomed. As has been said, Honorable Speaker, all the CEOs within the Republic of Kenya serve for a term of 3 years, and this is enshrined in the Mwongozo schedule, and nothing of a peculiarity has been presented before us to absolve IEBC from this category, Honorable Speaker. And if somebody will convince the whole country that they are up to the task, then they will be given another opportunity to serve 3 more years, and by that, therefore, at least administer an election, Honorable Speaker, and therefore this should not be subjected and opened for further debate, Honorable Speaker. There is the idea of delimitation of boundaries, which I believe will bring in certainty at last. We ought to have carried out a delimitation of our boundaries 3 years ago, actually 5 years, 2019. We are now in 2024. So there is some limbo of sorts in that regard. And this report, together with the bill, intends to put certainty and have the matter to rest so that as we move forward, including the issue of 26 constituencies that are still subjected to fears, because by the previous proposal, they should have been scrapped from the catalogue of constituencies. This idea will now protect them, Honorable Speaker. The additional qualification of IT gurus and communication gurus within IEBC is welcomed. We have seen crooks running our electoral systems from outside who are more techno-savvy than the commissioners themselves. And they have the capacity to arrest results in the air, change them as they will, and send them to bombers as corrected, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this is indeed a welcomed idea. Finally, the political parties, the loyalty and fidelity to political parties is a welcomed idea. Political parties have since time memorial acted as the barometer for democracy and freedom. And therefore, we are not going to allow people hopping from one party to another, and there are no repercussions, Honorable Speaker. From our end, in the Azimio coalition, people just walked out and joined Kenya Kwanza, and there is no recourse, and they're just sitting pretty without talking to the people who brought them into this house and explain to them why they had to take such a drastic action. And therefore, even as we finalize with this, I hope they will be subjected to another round of elections so that the people can convince us that they're the ones who sent them to Kenya Kwanza. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, the Honorable Eric Muchangi, followed by the Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this amendment bill. And I wish to start by thanking the committee for a job very well done. This proposal to amend the IEBC law came as a result of many deliberations that were done at the Bomas of Kenya. And the fact that they have come to the House for the enactment of a law means that they didn't waste taxpayers' money. And for that reason, we really want to thank them. Now, the proposed law, Honorable Speaker, seeks to expand the selection panel from 7 to 9. And Honorable Speaker, this is very welcome, as it gives space for the inclusion of other people, interested groups. You note that, Honorable Speaker, our country has very many interest groups, and for us to be more inclusive, expanding this selection panel from 7 to 9 is a welcome idea, so that people can feel accommodated in the body that is going to select the commissioners. Honorable Speaker, for us to avoid the crisis that we are already in, we need to ensure that the people of Kenya have a right to representation. Honorable Speaker, we have constituencies and county and wards that are not properly represented in the House and in the county assemblies. And the reason is that we do not have an IEBC that is properly in office. And it is not okay that we continue being in this situation. So it is urgent, Honorable Speaker, that we ensure that we have IEBC in place so as to be in a position to give those people that are not properly represented an opportunity to elect their leaders, because it is their leaders who are supposed to serve them and to represent them in the respective houses, either in Parliament or in the county assemblies or even in the Senate. It is not okay, Honorable Speaker, when we are in such a situation. Honorable Speaker, there is a proposal in this bill. It speaks to the issue of delimitation of boundaries. And Honorable Speaker, IEBC is currently not in a position to carry out this mandate. And Honorable Speaker, I need to mention that in my constituency of Runyenjes, we are eagerly waiting for the formation of IEBC, because there is some work for IEBC to do. I happen to come from a constituency, or to represent a constituency in this House that falls into 3 sub-counties. That is in Embu East, in Embu West, and in Embu North. And my observation is that my people who come from Embu West and Embu North really suffer politically, because administrative-wise, they are not, politically, they are in Runyenjes constituency, but administrative-wise, they are in another neighboring constituency. So we believe that there is a job for IEBC to do in my constituency, and that is why it is very urgent to ensure that IEBC is properly constituted so that they can come down to my constituency and help us get probably a new constituency that will ensure that our people are fairly represented. Because Runyenje's constituency right now has hit a population of over 100,000 voters, and we feel that we stand a chance of getting an extra constituency, which means better representation and more resources coming to our constituency and county. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the Secretary to the Commission, I have reservations about the 3-year renewable ones, because I have interacted with many politicians, Honorable Speaker, including in this House, and while engaging the voters seeking to be re-elected, they always say that one term of 5 years is a time so short to bring significant transformation in their respective areas of representation. So I am shocked that the same people feel that 3 years, renewable ones, is enough time for a CEO to be in charge of a commission that is so important as IEBC. Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion that this should be extended to up to about 9 years, yeah, so that a person who becomes a CEO of IEBC has adequate time to implement changes if need be, and to be fully in charge of the commission, and to work without any urgency, or rather to feel like their time is coming to an end so soon. The same applies for some people like the Vice Chancellors who serve for a 3-year term, which is renewable once. And Honorable Speaker, from my observation and my interrogation, that time is still not enough. But for the case of IEBC, Honorable Speaker, it is my considered opinion that 3-year term renewable ones is not time adequate enough. Let us extend it to 9 years, probably, so that a person who becomes CEO also can enjoy some enough time to do what he or she is supposed to do. So, Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
The Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me an opportunity to comment on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the bill, but at the end of it, I'll also propose some amendments to it so that we can make it better. Honorable Speaker, this bill emanates from National Dialogue Committee report that we discussed before this House. Honorable Speaker, before we arrived at NATCO, Honorable Speaker, there were issues in this country to do with electoral injustices. And the country was at the brink of collapse. And that is why NATCO was formed to be able to deliberate on certain matters that needed consensus. Honorable Speaker, this bill is also here to address issues that have been raised by the High Court, in particular the Katiba Institute case, which declared some sections of IEBC Act as unconstitutional. So, Honorable Speaker, we are here to remedy those are some of those issues that the courts have raised issues with, and so that we can have a stable democracy. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that after every cycle of election in this country, we have certain individuals where we have certain persons who do not accept results. And therefore, it is good that we have a law that will remedy and address certain concerns that cannot be addressed outside the law. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that I'm concerned with is under the NATCO report, the panel was expanded from 7 to 9. Honorable Speaker, if you read the memorandum of objects and reasons of this bill, it talks of 7 to 9. But if you look at the substance of the proposed law, it talks of 12. Honorable Speaker, it is, if you read at, the proposed scheduled and that is the proposed amendment to the expansion to the nominating panel. It gives 12. It is something, Honorable Speaker, that we must be able to reconcile, because for me, 12 is an expanded number, and the members may not be able to agree. This is a panel that nominates the IEBC commissioners. So, Honorable Speaker, in my opinion, we should be able to relook at this and expand, reduce the number from 12 as proposed to at least 9, because I am sure there were reasons that were there when the NADCO committee agreed to have the number at 9. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the limitation of electoral units, I am one of the affected constituencies. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the population quota, Elgeyo Marakwet County will lose 2 constituencies, that is Marakwet East and Keyo North. And Honorable Speaker, I agree with their proposed amendments that has given a new grounds for reviewing boundaries. Honorable Speaker, the only issue I have with it is we cannot place it in the schedules. In terms of interpretation of the Constitution, a schedule cannot have the same effect as an article of the Constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the proposed amendment that we have the same lifted and be put in the substantive part of the legislation. Honorable Speaker, I support, because if you look at Article 89 of the Constitution, it gives grounds or in which someone can challenge a removal of a constituency based on certain parameters. Honorable Speaker, if you read at the proposed sections of this particular proposed amendment, it talks of reference materials which are primary and secondary. Honorable Speaker, it refers in the secondary reference material reports of a county boundary review panel. For me, Honorable Speaker, this is a stranger. This panel is a stranger to the Constitution. That county boundary review panel is nowhere in the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, it also says that the Commission may use as its secondary reference material other relevant data. Honorable Speaker, these other relevant data needs to be defined, so that, because these are the parameters that are used to determine and review boundaries. Honorable Speaker, the part that I allowed in this proposed amendment is ideally under the Constitution and under the act that we seek to amend, it substantially bases review on census. But Honorable Speaker, you remember that the last census we took was 2019. The next census we are taking is 2029, 10 years difference after every 10 years. Honorable Speaker, population will increase from the year 2019 to 2024. The population has increased. Therefore, it will be unfortunate to review a boundary based on the population quota of 2019. So I allow this amendment because it has given other parameters of reviewing the boundaries or reviewing the population quota apart from the census. Honorable Speaker, I also have a problem with the 3-year limit of the CEO of a commission. Honorable Speaker, 3 years is not enough to appoint a commissioner to serve in IBC. I will be proposing a 6-year term, renewable once. Honorable Speaker, we need what you call institutional memory of that particular office. IBC commissioners serve and leave, but we need a CEO who has inducted the staff, and therefore I will be proposing a 6-year term, a 6-year contract for the CEO, subject to subject to be renewed once. Honorable Speaker, as we sit in this house, remember we have a constituency known as Banisa constituency, Honorable Speaker, which lost a member of parliament, and since then we have not had a by-election in that particular constituency for the reason that IBC is not properly constituted as was envisaged by the law. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate as we even move this amendment, we must be able to fast track this amendment as a house so that that particular constituency can have a member of parliament who will sit in this house to legislate, to represent and oversight on behalf of the people of Banisa. Honorable Speaker, normally when an advocate fails to appear before a court of law, he sends another advocate to hold brief for that particular advocate. Honorable Speaker, that was never envisaged in terms of the election of a member of parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to fast track this particular amendment, agree to the issues, amend where necessary, so that certain constituencies, certain wards that have lost MCAs can be able to go to the ballot and elect their representatives to be in the floor of the county assemblies if it is at the county level, and to elect their member of parliament if it is at the national level. Honorable Speaker, I raise my case.
The Honorable Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too rise to support this very important bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024. And I want to thank the JIRA Committee for coming up with very clear, straightforward amendments which will help this country cure electoral injustices. Honorable Speaker, electoral systems must be supported and reviewed time after time. I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, because this is a progressive country. It is a country, Honorable Speaker, where we must institute changes, positive changes that will make this country, every time when it goes to an election, Honorable Speaker, the people of this country can be sure and certain that they can go cast their votes, go back home, sit in the comfort of their houses, and wait for the results without any disruption. Honorable Speaker, this bill aims to amend the IBC Act, Cap 7C, to align the Act to the judgment of the High Court in Katiba Institute and 3 others versus the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, the sections of the clauses that the High Court pronounced itself to be unconstitutional must be done away with. Honorable Speaker, if we have to cure what has been hailing us as a country. Honorable Speaker, I'm particularly happy that this time round, the inclusions that the committee has been able to come out with include selection panel, which they have included that this time round, instead of 7, it goes up to 9. And the reasons are very clear, Honorable Speaker. This is for them to accommodate a high spectrum of stakeholders and other interest groups. Honorable Speaker, when a process is owned by as many interest groups as possible, that process will not be in dispute. Honorable Speaker, this is the more reason why I'm supporting this selection panel to be constituted from 7 to 9 members. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, it will take cognizance of the gender. 2/3 of the panel must be of the opposite gender. Honorable Speaker, the bill also seeks to amend Section 6 of the Act to include experience and professionalism. Honorable Speaker, this is very important because if we don't have specific professionals in the IBC panel, it will be very difficult, Honorable Speaker, to clean up IBC. Honorable Speaker, one of the credentials that has been put there is accounting, then information technology, and Honorable Speaker, this is very key because the world over technology is taking space. And Honorable Speaker, if we take people who are not IT literate, we shall have a repeat of what happened in the other election, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's also important to note that among also the amendments that have come in place, it is the quorum that forms those who announce the results. Honorable Speaker, we are alive to the fact that in the last elections, Honorable Speaker, IEBC split into two. 4 commissioners went this side, 3 went the other side. This time round, Honorable Speaker, this bill is coming out with very, very clear reforms that 5 commissioners must be present to form a quorum. To me, Honorable Speaker, this will be a cure to what we saw happening in the other election. Honorable Speaker, as we talk about this bill, we should be also alive to the fact that we are doing this so that, Honorable Speaker, once again, we will give our Kenyan citizens an opportunity to go exercise their democratic right, as I stated, go back to their homes, Honorable Speaker, sit comfortably without fear. Honorable Speaker, the subsequent elections that we have held there before, every time Kenyans go for elections, they even fear going back to their homes because they are not certain what the outcome will be. Honorable Speaker, these amendments are very progressive, and I'm certain that with this bill, Honorable Speaker, we shall be able to cure all the election injustices that have been there before. Honorable Speaker, I want to seek and urge this House to quickly join together so that at the earliest opportunity